For 11 weeks, we tune in the fall on Friday nights for high school football. But when November rolls around, those battles on Friday night turn into wars. The Nease Panthers have been making plenty of noise over the last few seasons, but last year, who was there to spoil their season? The Oakleaf Knights. It's a playoff rematch in round one on the same field where the upset took place 1 year ago. It's Nease. It's Oakleaf. It's our game of the week on Action Sports Jacks 24/7. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Nease High School and the Jungle. I am Noah Schlicksup alongside my color commentator, Brody McGuff. Brody, we have got a packed house on hand and a great matchup here in round one.
Yeah, always a great atmosphere at the Jungle where the Nease Panthers take their home field, and they got home field advantage in the playoffs. Oakleaf, a really good team. Nease, a really good team. This is just a dream matchup for week one of the playoffs. Very excited to be here and to call this game with you, Noah.
A dream matchup for us, maybe not these teams. As you look at this region, 6A, Region 1, around the state, these guys could be a 2 seed, maybe even a 1 seed in some regions. But out here tonight, a 4 versus 5 matchup. You couldn't draw it up much more than this, and we had a lot going on pregame. You can tell this one means a lot to both teams. We already had a flag thrown 33 minutes before kickoff. When Nease took the field, Oakleaf ran over to them, both teams jawing at each other, and there was a flag thrown by the officials who had just gotten on the field, and I believe there was a foul assessed to both sides, so that's something to watch out for tonight. It's already gotten chippy down there, and we haven't even kicked off yet. The captain's getting ready to meet at midfield. Nease and Oakleaf, that last year in the playoffs, Nease came in undefeated. They were one of the top teams in the state, but Oakleaf marched in fresh off an upset against Mandarin. They came into Nease and they beat the Panthers by a solid total as well, by multiple scores. They came in here, scored 30 points, and Nease, they've never beat the Oakleaf Knights. They are 0-4 against Oakleaf in their program's history. Brody, what are they going to have to do to change that tonight on their home field?
Well, I'll start off defensively. They just got to keep doing what they've been doing all season. They've been stopping about every run game they've gone against and just made teams try to beat them through the air. Every time they've lost a game this season, whether that was St. Augustine or Buchholz, they lost through the air. So they want to keep having that stud front seven, stopping the run. Fareed Coleman for Oakleaf is a very good halfback, one of the best in the area, as Coach Foy has said, and I agree with them. That kid is a ball player. So if they could stop them defensively, that will be the way of them having a really successful night. Offensively, they just got to click through be a balanced offense like they usually have, throw the ball and run the ball very well at a 50-50 clip, and I think they'll do a really good job with those two things happening. They will be fine, and they will have a good game. Oakleaf, very good football team. They have a really scrappy unit as well. They've won some important games this year, like Ed White in that shootout. They know what it's like to win a very close football game, so they know what it takes to win in the playoffs. And Nease and Oakleaf, two really good football teams. I'm really excited about this matchup. Man, a lot of blabbering before the game, like you said. Both teams remember what happened last year. Excited to see what the final score of this game is going to be.
Yeah, both of these teams, a lot riding on this one. And you mentioned this is an Oakleaf team. This is nothing new to them. They came into the playoffs as underdogs last year. Went over to Mandarin, won 17-14. Went into Nease in round 2, won 34-14. Went over to Buchholz in round 3, lost by 6 points to a very tough Bobcats team. This is a group that knows how to play spoiler in November, but the Nease Panthers, they are plenty fired up. They are playing with a chip on their shoulder, something they felt was missing in the playoffs last year, and we'll see if they can use that to their advantage to come out with a win on their home field. Nease, the 4 seed in their region, Oakleaf number 5. As the teams get ready to take the field, we send you down to the field for these intros. The playoffs have arrived. The crowd is raucous. The cannon is fired. We're set for some Friday night football.
Oh yeah, it is rocking at the Jungle tonight. What an entrance. Welcome to the Jungle. They got their little scoreboard scans. What do you call those things
hype
again?
Video, man.
Nice hype video on the board over there. Just a dream matchup tonight. I'm very happy to be here. I don't want to be anywhere else on this Friday night other than here at the Jungle to watch these two juggernaut of teams to go play each other.
The matchup we're watching tonight, who is going to win the line of scrimmage? Last year it was Oakleaf. Nease has been full go with their offensive line in practice for the past few weeks. Colin Draft told us in preparation for a matchup like this in the playoffs. It's all going to come down to who can establish the run game and who can stop that other team on the ground.
Yeah, Coach Drafts has mentioned, as talking to him earlier this week, they've been in full pads for a while, having really physical practices, which is a little unheard of going up into a playoff game. You know, you got some injuries, you know, teams going through a full season, a little beat up. But he said, no, we need to keep this physicality because last year we got beat up front, and he said we're not making the same mistake this year. So Nease definitely prepared. Coach Foy has got his guys and the Knights prepared. It's going to be a battle tonight.
Two very well-coached teams, two playoff contenders. Nease will kick it away, and we are underway. In round one of the playoffs, it's a touchback over the head of Trace Burney, and the Oakleaf Knights will take the field. There's a couple players to watch on both these sides. Highlighting first for this Oakleaf offense, how about Buck Coleman, the senior running back in the season he has had?
This kid is a D1 athlete, and he's got all the intangibles. He might not have as much weight on him as you would think, but he plays like a big halfback, and he's got breakaway speed. He's shifty. He can do it. He can do it through the passing game as well. This halfback, Fareed Coleman, is one of the best in the state.
First down and 10 for the Knights on their own 20-yard line. They've got two running backs, C.J. Moses and Buck Coleman to the right of Jack McKissick. The senior quarterback has had plenty of big starts over the years, including last year against Nease. They start with the give to Coleman, who gets up across the 20-yard line, but not much farther. He's only going to get a couple yards. He'll be second down and 8.
Yeah, Coleman ran into number 11, Devin Wentley. He was trying to hit the left side, trying to get outside the tackles, trying to cut back. Really good job by the Nease front seven of staying home and making sure he doesn't hit a big gain.
This is a Nease defense that has been phenomenal all year long. They come in holding opponents to just 12 points per game. Low snap, McKissick handles it. Let's go over the pass. That's batted at the line of scrimmage. Knocked down. Jacob Murray with the deflection. Only third down.
Oakleaf going a little bit exotic with their offensive front. Their offensive formation start with two halfbacks to the right of McKissick. Both times motion halfbacks around. Right there, they faked the screen and tried to look for a pass, but it got knocked down on line of scrimmage, and we got a third down on this first drive.
3rd and 8. Two receivers wide on either side. And they've got some very good receivers here at Oakleaf. Jordan Price, Mike Connor, Trace Burney, Sincere Murphy. All very good players. Time runs out on the play clock. I'll move them back 5 yards.
It's loud in here. Oakleaf might be saying that they called a timeout there. They won't get it.
You know what I love, Brody? We've got the official mics tonight so we can hear the referees.
It's been a struggle sometimes throughout the season knowing exactly what the call is. Heard right there, that's a delay of game. Oakleaf going in a trip set on this third down. Nease likes to send a lot of pressure. Let's see if they do it here.
3rd down and 13. McKissick looks to pass, steps forward in the pocket, moving to his left, let's go the pass down the field, it's caught! That's a first down, Jordan Price.
That's a really good play by Jack McKissick. Nease had it strapped up the first 4 to 5 seconds of that game, and then he moves up in the pocket, rolls out a left just a little bit, and flicks it right over the Nease defender. That's a playoff play right there by the QB. Jack McKissick has to have a night tonight.
Perfect throw on the run right there. Dumped it over the defender. Shotgun formation now. First down at 10 on the 40. Just getting started. 10:46 on the clock. The Oakleaf Knights go with the run game. It's about a 3 or 4 yard gain. They like to say the easiest completion is a handoff. And they live by that run game offensively.
Yeah, I think any head coach calling Oakleaf would do that, especially with your back with Freed Coleman and how physical of an O-line they have. They're big and they're tough. They've ran the ball very well throughout this whole season.
I mean, Brody, we were calling a game earlier this year, our game of the week, where it's Ed White. Freed Coleman had 5 touchdowns in the third quarter.
That's PlayStation numbers.
Last year against Nease. At 159 yards, a pass down the field, players on the ground, and there's no flag.
It's a good no call by the ref right there. They just ran into each other. McKissick looking for Trace Burney on that deep crosser. McKissick has had a lot of time so far on these passes plays. Doing a really good job maneuvering in the pocket, manipulating the DNs. Big time third down coming up right here. Staying in that trips offense like they did last third down.
Third down at 7. McKissick looks up the left sideline, unable to connect with Jordan Price. Fourth down and the Knights will punt.
That's tough right there. That's 5 to 6. Rushers getting after the QB. McKissick knows it too. He read it well. He's like, I got to get rid of this ball. But these DBs and linebackers and nickels are really good at covering downfield, man-to-man. Right there, they're just all over every route across the field. McKissick tries to hit the back shoulder. That's a tough throw, especially when under pressure. It's a good stop by this Nease offense. This Nease defense.
Yeah, it's a very good unit. Before the season, we had this Nease team week 1. We were talking with Colin Drafts. He said this is the most talented unit we've ever had down on the field before this game. I asked him, is it safe to say they're the best unit now? He said, oh, absolutely.
And that means he thinks very highly of the Nease defense, because there was a Nease defense when Marcus Stokes was a junior. They had Ben Bogle and a bunch of studs on that defense. Saying this one's better.
I mean, they won a state championship in 2005.
That
and
too.
Runners up in 06 and 07.
Plenty of good Nease teams before it. But speaking highly of the Nease defense.
And this is an offense that, like Coach Draft says, when they're playing their best, he said before the game, they might be even better than last year's offense when they're playing at their best. Aiden Pfeiffer, the sophomore quarterback, 7 touchdowns in his last 2 games. Starts with a hand to Enrique Ordonez, who spins around and falls forward for a gain of 3. Ordonez is a guy at Brody, you really like him at running back.
Oh, I do. He's a very powerful running back. He's got some breakaway speed on him, too. He's really good at breaking the first tackle as well. Right there, he got tackled from the first tackle, but he fought for some extra yards there. That should have been in the backfield. Turned it out of a loss. Really good stop, though, by the front 7 of Oakleaf.
Second down, 9:04 on the clock in the first quarter. It's a screen pass out wide. Tyshawn Ford has got a first down. Ford with some more to the 50-yard line. He goes. It's a first down Nease on the Oakleaf 49.
Nease offense lives and dies by the RPO game, run-pass options. They love the receiver screens, too. They do a really good job of blocking on the perimeter right there. One of the receivers for Nease laid a great block. And then Tyshawn Ford, man, that's one great athlete right there. Made a big play out of that. First down, Panthers.
Play action, Pfeiffer lets go of a pass, finds Ford again. And with forward progress, he'll be down at the 45. Ford, a junior who wasn't in a starting role in week 1, but he's earned that spot over the course of the year. Had a passing touchdown against St. Augustine, but he's stepped up as a real pass-catching threat in the past few weeks specifically for Nease. 2nd down and 6. Pfeiffer running right. Let's go with pass sidearm and can't find Braden Felder.
Pfeiffer's pass just out of reach of number 6, Braden Felder.
Really good coverage by their nickel, AD mentor. Number 14 was really solid coverage on Braden Felder. Ran a deep out route there. Felder, a lethal route runner as well. One of the best in the area. That's some really good coverage right there. Pfeiffer has to throw the perfect ball for that to be a completion.
We got personal fouls on both sides. It'll be 3rd down. How about that?
It was jippy before the game. I was honestly waiting on it.
Emotions are running high.
It's a playoff game, man. It just means more for both sides.
I mean, it has to. It's win or go home. Third down and 6 yards to go. 8:01 to play in the first quarter.
Oakleaf showing pressure right here in man-to-man coverage. Look up top for Vernon Stevens.
Timeout on the side. And Nease burned a timeout before the play clock hit 0. It'll be 3rd down and 6 for the Nease Panthers coming up. Let's take a look back at their season and how they got to this point. This is a group that was hot coming out of the gates, Brody. 4 wins over Ponte Vedra, Creekside, Lincoln, and Fletcher. All playoff teams outside of Fletcher there, who really a playoff caliber team there. Just got stuck in the region of death, 6A Region 1. And then they followed that up. They lost by 4 points to St. Augustine, and they still remember that one. They feel that there was maybe some questionable calls towards the end of that game. St. Augustine, though, ends up with the win. They got outplayed at Buchholz, and Coach Drafts conceded that in our conversation, 27-7 loss. But they've rattled off 4 more wins since then, and they seem to be playing their best football right now going into the playoffs.
Yeah, and they're battle tested. They know what it's like to play in those tough games, and they're close in that St. Augustine one. That one could have gone either way. St. Augustine just a better team that night. Nease has had a really solid season. Both of their losses been to state championship contender teams.
Absolutely. 3rd down and 6. Pfeiffer, a quick pass to Ford. He's got blocks, gets past the 40-yard line. Ford inside the 35. That's another Panther first down.
They're going to live and die by those screens tonight, those receiver screens. Again, I mentioned it earlier, they're very physical on the perimeter. Their receivers block probably better than most receiving corps in the area and what we've covered. I know a big-time Nease motto over there, if you can't block that receiver, you can't play. I think their backup QB's at the bottom of the screen.
Yes, he is. That's Derek Hardy. And they pitch it to him. Hardy's going to let go of a pass. Seeing nothing, Oakleaf was all over it, and Hardy gets forward to the 30-yard line. You identified that. I think Oakleaf did too.
Drafts loves his trick plays, and he'll whip them out whenever he wants. Does not care what down and distance it is.
Not often you see those on 1st and 10. We saw a great trick play on our game of the week where Hardy threw a touchdown pass. They lined him up at receiver.
I think it was very similar to what we just saw.
The corners are up and pressing. Ordonez back play action. Aiden Pfeiffer gonna run it. Gets inside the 25, slides down just shy of the 20-yard line. Aiden Pfeiffer picks up the first down with his legs.
He was looking for Braden Felder across the middle, and he didn't like what he saw. And I think that's a lot. That tells you a lot about his growth throughout the season. He's a sophomore QB. He's had his hiccups through throwing picks and turnovers, maybe forcing things at times. Right there, he didn't like what he saw. He saw the space he had. Picked up a nice first down for the Panthers offense. Doing a really good job, and they're staying in empty.
First drive of his first playoff game, and Nease is leaning on their quarterback. Showing a lot of trust. They hand it off. Vernon Stevens still going on that outside at the 14-yard line. Breaks out of a tackle. Vernon Stevens. Talk about effort. Somehow finds his way forward to the 11-yard line. There is laundry on the field.
We do have a flag on the play.
Wonder if it could be holding. Oh, face mask.
So Nease will get the football on the 5-yard line after the official water break. Timeout's brought to you by Donato's Pizza. 6 minutes and 20 seconds to play in the first quarter. Back after this water break on Action Sports Jacks 24/7.
One thing I noticed is that when Chuck joined me, he challenged me.
You're going to be late.
Not as late as you. It's a natural thing between brothers, pushing each other.
Hey, it's one-upmanship. It's good for us, and it's good for our clients.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.
Welcome back to Nease High School and our Whataburger Game of the Week. High school football on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network is presented by That One Painter First Coast. That painter you need, we're the one. Republic Services, RecyclingSimplified.com. Nimnik Buick GMC, nobody but Nimnik. Jaguars Prep, Farah and Farah, and Baker Sports. It's first down and goal for Nease. 6 minutes, 15 seconds to play in the first quarter. The Panthers have driven down the field and now sit on the 5-yard line. They bring Ford in motion, and they hand it to the receiver. Breaks it, tackle back by the 10, reversing course, hit at the 15, and a big hit late on him, back around the 17. Jermaine Robinson is the one to finish it off. He's 20th in the state of Florida in tackles, finished the regular season with 122, Brody.
This kid is an absolute stud. Jermaine Robinson, he had one of his best, I think his best game last time we called him against Ed White.
Yeah.
And we missed him. We ain't missing him tonight. That is one great football player right there. That's a big-time loss for this Panthers offense on that first down play.
He was always in on his tackle. It was so routine you didn't notice it, but we looked back at the box score after, and he had 21 tackles. He made sure we weren't missing us tonight. He came up, introduced himself, shook your hand, said, "Hey, I'm Jermaine Robinson." Is that pass incomplete? But Robinson came up, shook your hand on the field before the game, because we had talked about it on our show when we had Coach Foy on, how we missed him during that game. We didn't talk about him enough. He goes up, he says, "Hey, I'm Jermaine Robinson. You missed me last time."
And we deserve that, man. We did miss him, and just like, how do we miss him? You know, we definitely – that's a version of us making a bad play right there.
6'2", 192, the senior has had 13-plus tackles in his last 4 games, including those 21 against Ed White. Third down and goal, back at the 17-yard line. Pfeiffer throwing a fade to Chase Pfeiffer off the hands at the goal line. A big hit late on Chase Pfeiffer as well by Kamari Townsend at the end. And they're sending out the kicker. This is Eric Davis-Bear. His long this season is from 38, and he'll be kicking this one from around 35. In a game like this, special teams could be the difference. And Davis-Bear trying to get Nease on the board. 4 of 8 on field goals this year. Here's the snap, the hold, looks good, the kick is up, it's got plenty on it, and it splits the uprights for our first points of the game. Nease jumps out to an early advantage. It's 3-0, 4:55 to go in the first quarter.
Solid offensive drive there by Nease, but really good job from the Knights to get that stop on the goal line. Big tackle for loss on that first down play when it was first and goal.
Yeah,
3's a lot better than 7.
If you're Nease, you're happy to get points, but the offense probably not feeling as good after leaving points on the board, starting first and goal on the 5 after driving down the field.
It's a long offensive drive, too. Took a lot of time off the clock.
If you're a former linebacker. If you're a defense that bends but doesn't break like that on a long, sustained drive, it's got to be a good feeling on the sidelines.
Honestly, it feels like a win when you hold them to 3, because you keep doing that every drive. You feel like your offense can do enough to outdo just a bunch of 3s from the other team's offense.
Mike Connor takes it in just inside the goal line. It's a touchback, and Oakleaf will take over again on offense, and we'll see if they can do enough here after the field goal. They got a first down last time, nothing more after that. We'll see if they maybe try to get Buck Coleman a little more involved. I think only 2 carries for him on that first drive.
Yeah, Nease stacking that box. There's 2 high safeties, but they play low. So there's a lot of run fitters on this defense. Oakleaf staying in this weird 2-back offense.
Adds a blocker. An extra option. It's a dump-off pass. Complete for a gain of 3 or 4. C.J. Moses.
It's gotta be hard to win the perimeter battles for Oakleaf over there on the right side. Anywhere where number 0 is, it's gonna be tough to throw some screens on that Oklahoma commit.
They pick up 4. It's second down and 6. Moses lining up as the fullback here in the I formation. They now motion out of it. And Coleman is out at wide receiver. They do like him there. They go with the big power back in C.J. Moses. And Nease's defense is there to greet him up front. It'll be third down and 5 from the 25.
Good job by the front 7 of the Nease defense. Hitting the ball carrier around the line of scrimmage and just swarming. It's about 9 golden hats around that ball carrier. Another 3rd and long for this Oakleaf offense.
Third and 5. They bring a man in motion. And they hand it off. Coleman is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. It's a tackle for loss on 3rd down. And Oakleaf is going to have to punt it away.
It's a great play by Crew Casey, getting in the backfield, securing that tackle on 3rd down. Oakleaf goes with the run play on 3rd and 7, trying to catch the Nease defense sleeping on the run game. Nease is ready for it.
That's what they emphasized coming into this matchup. They knew that, their goal tonight is to slap that run game, make them one-dimensional. The punt is away. Fair catch called for and brought in. It'll be Nease football around their own 35-yard line. And there's flags down back by the line of scrimmage.
The last flag they threw around the 30-yard line, that's probably going to be a personal foul to the Nease team. Looked like some jawing back and forth after that play. I think the first flag was holding on that punt. For Oakleaf, it should be offsetting.
We have multiple fouls on.
Brody's 1 for 1.
We have dead ball, personal foul.
2 for 2.
They will be both enforced after the end of the kick.
Okay, so this will be a 10-yard penalty on Oakleaf. So in the end, it will be a 5-yard loss for Nease. Just put the ball on the 30-yard line.
Did get the offsetting part.
Oh, they're not moving the ball right now. Now they are. Nease's offense coming on the field after a 3-and-out, put together a long drive not too long ago. 2:39 on the clock in the first quarter, and maybe a bit of an advantage for them now. See, my question is, why are you moving it forward 10 yards to go back 15? Just do some quick math and put it on the 30.
I don't know about that. These fans thinking the same thing. Play some football. First down.
Play action. Aiden Pfeiffer. Let's go. One to Felder. That's caught. He's got some space after the catch. Past the 50-yard line. Works his way down to Oakleaf 42.
Gonna see a lot of number 6 tonight. That's their quick slot, and they play him everywhere. He ran that quick slant, caught the ball. The Oakleaf linebacker that's supposed to be guarding the middle of the field just missed him, overran that route. Give Braden Felder some space. He's gonna make a big play out of it, and he did right there.
1st and 10 now from the Oakleaf 41. Empty backfield for Pfeiffer. Brings Vernon Stevens across in motion and looks to the sidelines. Pfeiffer on a design quarterback run is gone! Touchdown Nease, Aiden Pfeiffer, 41 yards to the house!
They put 5 receivers to the left side, empty backfield. There's no receivers on the right. And all Drafts is wanting to do right there is to give this QB a nice running lane on the right side. Perfect block in the box by the Nassau line. Pfeiffer found a gap, and all the Oakleaf DBs and linebackers are on the other side, and that's a touchdown for the Panthers.
And they're going for 2. Derek Hardy, the backup quarterback, is out there, and what is going on here? They got the kicker lined up right behind him. And now they line up for the PAT. Three seconds on the play clock. Ball snapped at 2. The extra point is good, and that's going to be a flag. We're roughing the kicker.
It's a quick drive for the Panthers offense right there. Didn't take much. Probably 3-play drive, 4-play drive. Taking that 2-score lead in the first quarter. Oakleaf's offense has got to show something on this next drive.
Yeah, a lot of momentum right now at the Nease Panthers, as their defense has been dominant.
The kicker on the truck, 5 yards.
They called that running into the kicker. Kind of surprised that one didn't go for 15.
Practically a tackle. You guys are wondering what the smoke is right now. It's from the cannon.
I love a good cannon on a high school football field.
Yeah.
Not sure if our camera guys and you guys do, as you have to see through the smoke now. .151 to play in the first quarter. It's 10-0 Nease. The kick is a touchback after the touchdown, brought to you by Bono's Pit Barbecue. Real Pit Barbecue since 1949. Well, this is an Oakleaf offense that has had a lot of success this year. They come in averaging 30 points per game, rushing for 206 yards per game. But they've been punched in the mouth here early on. 1 first down and 2 drives. They haven't been able to get the run going. Looking for something, as they already trail by 10. They start with the run, and there's not much going. The pile is moving, but more sideways than anything. And Drake Coleman not going very far. Oakleaf
just trying to get a play where they're O-line matches up well against this front seven of Nease and line up some blocks, gives Coleman a gap because this is an explosive player. They feel like they get that one big first down, a nice 10 to 15-yard gain. They can get the drive rolling. Solid run there, though.
Throw over the middle. High ball off the hands of Mike Connor. Incomplete. Fans, it is 8:02. And now available the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. This game is available on the Action News Now stream and on YouTube. Third down and 7 yards to go. Oakleaf trying to avoid their second straight 3 and out. McKissick getting set. 3 seconds on the play clock. Takes the snap. Facing a blitz. Lets one go down the field. It is intercepted. Goal off the hands of Jaden Haynes. Dropped that one right in the breadbasket of the corner. In the end, Haynes unable to haul in his third interception of the year.
Really good coverage by Haynes. It looked like he was playing a deep third on that far side of the field. McKissick looking for Trace Birdie. Just Haynes all over that one. And the Oakleaf offense walking off the field yet again.
It's blocked by Jacob Curry, picked up, and over the goal line is Damian Bridges. It's a touchdown Panthers on the block punt.
The Oklahoma commit. He's a physical, fast player. He's just a playmaker, man. He gets in the backfield on that punt and blocks it. What a play by him. Bridges picks it up and gets it into the end zone. These Panthers just rolling right now.
Last year, it was Oakleaf that came out and set the tone early. The Nease Panthers have done it in a big way this time around. The PAT is good. And just like that, it is 17-0 Nease. With 52 seconds to go in the first quarter, I don't think many people saw this one coming, Brody.
No, Nease definitely just very prepared for this football game, and they were just so fired up coming out the gates. First quarter hasn't even ended, and they got 17 points. Picture perfect start for them. Defense playing hot, made us big-time special teams play. Big plays on offense. Everything they've wanted has happened in this first quarter. Oakleaf needs a spark on this next drive.
Sometimes no better place for a spark than special teams. Davis Bear with the kick. Connor drops it. Touchback.
And the kick goes into the end zone for a touchback.
Nearly a big-time mistake there. 52.3 seconds to go in the first quarter. This will be the fourth offensive drive for Oakleaf. In total, they have about 22 yards of offense and 1 first down. Time to make something happen. Coleman to about the 25. He's 2nd and 5.
Good fitting right there by the Nease defensive front. Crew Casey sets the edge. Just Noah Hodge a little late to get there. Good gain by Coleman.
Crew Casey, a guy. What did Coach Draft say about him on our call this week?
He said he's been playing with his head on fire. And he has. He's already made a few big plays tonight.
One of the top players in the state when it comes to sacks. He has 19. McKissick nearly sacked there. Lets one go over the middle, and it's caught by Connor. That'll be a first down, and flag flies. I think that's going to be a legal man downfield.
Kissick took a shot there on that throw as well.
A tough blow there. Oakleaf had a first down, which they needed in a big way. Sale will back him up even more. Second down and 10. Will be coming at the start of the second quarter. What a start for the Nease Panthers. They lead by 17 after one in our Whataburger Game of the Week.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a
It's another rushing touchdown for Aiden Pfeiffer.
It's a second. Nease likes to go with that 5 wide look and have the 5 receivers on one side, and it's very hard to respect all those receivers. Make sure you have guys over there to guard that, and also make sure Aiden Pfeiffer is stopped as a runner. It's hard to get enough players in the box in those moments. And it works again for the Panthers. Oakleaf having a very hard time figuring out that formation.
A flag before the snap. Who's got too many men on the field? Maybe offside?
Encroachment on the defense.
Got
Half the
encroachment.
distance to the goal. Try for point.
It's a quick call.
You know, it was funny. When we were down on the field talking with Colin Drafts, he mentioned that Nate Harry last year added that mobile dynamic to the offense that Aiden Pfeiffer maybe wasn't quite as skilled in.
Yeah.
You would not be able to tell that watching tonight's game.
Good vision, too. Finding the gap.
This is Action Sports Jacks, Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farah and Farah, your Jacksonville accident attorneys.
Hey everybody, and welcome to a playoff edition of the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. And we let you hang on the game of the week a little bit longer as we get all the ducks in the row and start going around the area with other highlights coming in. And we'll show you a couple of games in just a bit. But how about that Whataburger game of the week? Nease all of a sudden just blitzing Oakleaf. This was close early on, and well, because they're all close early on, but it didn't set up like this. And then in about a 10-minute span, it went from 3-0 to 24-0. The Nease Panthers all over Oakleaf. You can watch that game in its entirety. If we're just flipping over and we're interrupting that game for you, you can watch it on YouTube on our Action Sports Jacks channel. You can also watch it live at actionnewsjacks.com in its entirety. So this is the time of night we split things up and we go to our Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, have the game of the week over there, and this right here on social media, also on YouTube and on actionsportsjacks.com instead of actionnewsjacks.com. So we're everywhere, basically. You can find what you're looking for. And let's do this. Let's take a look at the scoreboard before we get our Hall of Fame coach Kevin Sullivan in here, Brent Martineau, the entire Action Sports Jacks team. And let's see how everybody's doing in the playoffs as we open up this week. And some scores to take a look at there. Look at Rains 22-6 over Baker County. Baker hanging around a bit in that football game, but Rains obviously the prohibitive favorite. Yulee, we don't have a score, and that says in the second half, so a scoreless game. Interesting, keep an eye on it. Ed White 20-12 over Pine Forest. Bishop Kenny over Wakulla 29-13. Trinity Christian in an all-local matchup 21-10 at half over Providence. West Nassau, Fernandina Beach. We're going to go live and show you that action here over the next, the entire second half, basically, as that has started in the second half. St. Augustine, 63 points at halftime. Wow, they're making a statement. Florida High over Baldwin. Should be a good second half and an entertaining one. Same goes for Ponte Vedra and Niceville. Bowles all over Walton. DeLand all over Creekside. Beachside up 3-0 at home against Milton. And what else we have there? Brunswick up in Georgia with the lead. There's that Nease score we just told you about. Middleburg and Mainland. Can't wait to talk to Sully about that one. Middleburg with a nice effort so far. Bradford 21-0, and you've got Glenn up in Georgia losing 22-0. Columbia at home with a 14-0 lead. As for UC, 14-7 against Trinity Catholic as well. So there you go, and let's get our coach in here, Hall of Famer Kevin Sullivan. And Sully, I just went down that scoreboard. Does anything get your attention? Good evening, by the way. Happy playoffs.
Yes, sir. Round one. We are ready to roll. But, yeah, there's a couple on there that have my attention. Like you said, Nease Oakleaf, just unbelievable domination by Nease, man. They have just rolling through that. And I don't think I saw that or anybody saw that coming. We thought it was going to be a really good game like last year.
Yeah, that's a stunner right now as we take a look at the Whataburger game of the week. And there's a lot of time left, but Oakleaf better get something going in a hurry. And there's a chance down the field, but good defense by Nease. And, Sully, I think that's the thing people don't realize. We think of Colin Draft's Nease, a high-flying offense. They were terrific last year on that side of the ball. They started out of the gates fast against Ponte Vedra and some other teams in the first month of the year. But it's their defense that has a lot of really good players on it, led by Jacob Curry. And that defense has been really good. I think I heard Noah say during the broadcast that it's 12.5 points a game the Panthers have allowed.
Yeah, very good defensively. They change up what they're doing a little bit tonight compared to what they played last year against them. I think they're forcing them to really throw the football to beat them and taking away the run the way it looks like from what I've watched pretty much the second quarter on, middle of the first quarter on. And Oakleaf just has not been able to answer at all.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a surprise there. And as you can see, they are in, catch-up mode and going backward mode right now as that defense, as we talk about it, all over Jack McKissick and the Oakleaf offense. And, Sully, when you're in this spot, if you're Oakleaf, there's really not a lot to do, huh? You need something to turn this game around. It's hard to go collect 24 points just like that, especially against a good football team on the road.
Yeah, one play at a time, man. Just try to get positive plays. And just one play at a time and try to get something positive going. But they're going backwards right now. I think they're a little bit really confused, and it doesn't look like they're gelling it at all. And Nease is doing a really good job defensively, changing their look, just giving them different things.
Well, here you go. On the bottom, by the way, that's the top, that Nease Oakleaf game, our Whataburger game of the week. And then we have an SSAA matchup all up in Nassau County. We were telling you all about this one last week as the playoffs continue. The next round, second round, it's a semifinal matchup there in that bracket. And West Nassau tied with Fernandina Beach 7-7. So we're going to keep an eye on that football game. And as we watch some of these games and show you these games and see some of the action, these are the only two that we'll show you live, by the way. We can show you this one. We paid to show you that one. And the other ones will flip around some highlights. Because it's playoff time, the rules kind of change. And so we'll flip around some highlights and show as many as we can from the highlights that are coming in to the building as they come in. So we'll get to that. But I want to ask you about a couple of scores. First of all, the top teams in the area, Sully. Reigns, hey, what's that? I think I see 29-6. So they're starting to pull away. But Baker County with a pretty nice effort against Reigns.
Yeah, early on, I think they were going to keep it close. I just think Range's depth and everything just going to wear them down. Really good job, but I think Range just got too much for them. Yeah, no doubt. I think we all do. And actually, when it was 22-6 when we just got on, I was like, that's pretty close because Range blows out everybody. DeLand over Creekside, we knew it was going to be a tall task. How about DeLand? 49 points in the half. Man, they're very explosive offensive. They average like 49 a game. And they've got that in the first half. And Coach Mack, I texted him the other day. He knew it was a monumental task, but good building block for their young team. Give their kids something to shoot for as they sort of get back going next year, moving forward.
St. Augustine, they look like they're poised to make another run. Obviously lost in the state championship game a year ago, and 63 points. Does that tell you how good St. Aug is, or is Arnold just okay? What do you think?
No, Arnold's not very good. They're 3-7 coming in tonight, but I think St. Augustine's just taking care of business. I know they've had at least one pick six. I think they have 2 defensive scores tonight in the first half, and Coach probably be happy everybody gets to play tonight, rest some of their kids in the second half, and move on to the next one, it'll only get better if Ed White can take care of their business. That's going to be a good one next week.
That could be a game that we get the wallet out for next week, by the way. It could be Ed White, St. Augustine, if it holds. And speaking of Ed White, they're beating Pine Forest 20-12. Is that going according to your expectation right now?
Yeah, I made a statement on Monday night on the show that Ed White's got to be ready. Pine Forest, the record's not great. I think it was 4-6, but all their losses are all playoff teams, and they've been competitive in every game. And that's not one of those teams from the Panhandle that's going to come over here and not be ready to play. So hopefully they keep doing what they're doing and they get it done, and we get that monster matchup next week.
Yeah, we'll see if we do. Florida High beating Baldwin 14-10. How about Mainland over Middleburg? It looks like they just added the safety 9-7. Mainland beating Middleburg. How does that catch your ears?
Well, I said Middleburg will cause them some issues because they can run the ball and control the clock and keep Mainland's offense off the field. That's Coach Wolf's game plan. Try to get first downs, do what they've got to do, and right now they're in it battling, which is good for them. Hang around as long as they can. Maybe may pull away here in the second half, but Coach Wolf's got to stay on his game plan and just keep plugging away.
Meanwhile, we got a touchdown the West Nassau game right there as West Nassau scores and they take a lead. It was 7-7, so I'm assuming that just put them ahead. 7-7 was the last check, and West Nassau against Fernandina Beach in the SSAA semifinal game. Get out of our way. I think there's a pole or people or whatever. They put those poles in the worst spots. Anyway, back to the scoreboard we go. You see some of the celebration. How about Bishop Kenny, Sully? 29-13 over Wacoa is pretty impressive in the opening round of the playoffs for the Crusaders.
Yeah, I talked to them this week also. They were a little nervous because Wakulla's played a decent schedule, and they're always well coached. The guys' staff's been around a long time, and they're used to being in the playoffs. So they wanted to come out and try to really jump on them and get going. So they were a little nervous. Bishop Kenny, they haven't really played a lot of big teams down the stretch, and they're hoping their kid wouldn't get complacent, but it looks like they're taking care of business.
It's amazing how many teams from over on that side of the state are coming over here from the Panhandle. Niceville, another one. Crestview with Mandarin. Mandarin was up on them. You mentioned Pine Forest, I think, earlier. Ponte Vedra up by 3 against Niceville. That's a nice matchup.
Yeah, that 5A region's wide open. I think the 8 can win it. I think the 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, any of those seeds can win that. That region is wide open. And it's not like it's the 6A where 6A is just loaded with talented teams. It's going to be a bloodbath. The 5A one, they're all probably just lumped in there together, sort of all similar. So those will be 2 fun ones to watch the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's good stuff. And then lastly, a couple of Columbia looking good, 21-0 lead. And then Bowles, 56-6 over Walton.
Yeah.
Can't say that was a surprise, right?
No, not a surprise at all. And I think Bowles, like we've talked about, has been just playing on a different level the last 5-6 weeks.
No doubt. It seems like they are. They just keep getting better and better. We got a couple other Georgia scores up there. You don't see Mandarin, but I was at the Mandarin game. They were up 21-7. They actually gave up a touchdown the first minute of the game to Crestview. And then Mandarin, Sully, without Bryson Wright tonight. Maybe took a little bit to find their footing. But they're using that running game. The backs, as we've talked about over the last couple of weeks, they go very deep there. They are not just the Bryson Wright or Knox Sanders to Bryson Wright show. They're bigger than that, and I think they're showcasing that today. But not a surprise, right? That's a 2 versus 7 matchup. And even without Bryson Wright, I don't think many Mandarin fans were concerned about the outcome of this one.
No, I don't think so, and I think it's a really good thing for them to be able to dominate and win without him being on the field, so people understand they're not just a one-man team. And I went by and watched them practice on Wednesday of this week, and they seem pretty focused and pretty geared into what's going on. And like I said, that 6A is going to be fun when it starts rolling around. With them and Nease now, it looks like, in Buchholz, so should be fun. And then Pensacola is who they'll probably play next week, Mandarin at home, and that'll be another different animal too. So that's going to be 4 really good teams coming out of that region.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, Brian, I don't know, did we have the bracket wall at your disposal? And if you don't right now, it's okay. Or when you do, just we'll give people an idea of what these brackets look like, all these different scores, who's in 6A, 5A, everywhere else, what are our local teams that we're keeping an eye on as we continue to keep an eye on 2 games here where Nease is in control, though they look like they just had a big run called back. Nease in control over Oakleaf, 24-0 in our Whataburger game of the week. Again, you can watch every play of that one right now. And then we also are keeping an eye on West Nassau in the SSAA as they are up 14-7 over Fernandina Beach, a nice Nassau County rivalry there. So here's a look at the wall that says it all, and this is what we're looking at and keeping an eye on. The teams that are in color here are all the local teams in the area. And as you can see, we got some Georgia brackets there. But in 1A, we've got pretty much all local teams. 2A, Bradford was off to a nice start winning that football game, so they look good. Bowles is cruising. Baldwin is in a bit of a dogfight right now, it looks like, with Florida High at last check. Rain's starting to roll now in the second half. Bishop Kenny looking really good. We're going to get some Bishop Kenny highlights in a moment. I think those are coming in, Brian, in a moment. Columbia is up big. Ed White, St. Augustine matchup, we've got an eye on for week 2, but they got to take care of business. St. Augustine's cruising. They're good. Ed White will have to hold off Pine Forest. Ponte Vedra up by 3. Beachside up 13-0 now. Just got that updated score. And Middleburg and Mainland. If Middleburg can hang in there, let's see what they can do here in the second half. Scaring Mainland a little bit. They're down 9-7 in that football game. And then Nease Oakleaf, we thought it would be better. Nease looks like they might be on a collision course with Buchholz. Mandarin taking care of business, at least when I was over there a short time ago. And Creekside probably going to bow out early in the playoffs. Good to win the district, but doesn't look like they're going to make a run. Let's take a look at Bishop Kenny, and we've got some of the highlights from this one. Hosting Wakulla, as we mentioned, and big shift of momentum late in the half, getting a defensive stop in the final 2 minutes. Then the Crusaders do this. Gavin Hawkins to James Davis, and look at that run. I mean, that dude's been in the weight room right there, that's for sure. And a big score for the Crusaders. Ensuing kick, and War Eagles lose the handle. Aiden Quinn there to fall on it for the Bishop Kenny Crusaders. He's got himself a playoff moment. Good for you, young man. A couple plays later, Hawkins keeps it himself, walks into the end zone. 29-13 was the score at halftime. And Sully, a little bit more on Bishop Kenny. You know, Tim Krause, we have a lot of respect for what he's done. We think this has been a good football team with a big win over UC early in the year. Then they bounced back from a tough loss against Beachside and Bowles. And, you know, they've got our pal Joey Wiles on their staff helping out a little bit, too. That never hurts. So you got to like Bishop Kenny here at this point of the year. And the way they've built that program, this isn't new to them anymore, at least playing in November.
No, not at all. And like I said, their focus and everything right now, one of the cooler places to play on the river, but also their focus has been pretty good. They know if they keep taking care of business, what's down the road in 2 weeks, probably a matchup with Rains on the road. But they've just got to keep taking care of their business and taking care of what they can control. And tonight it looks like they're sort of seem to be in control there in the first half.
Yeah, no doubt. We will keep an eye on Bishop Kenny's score, see if they can finish that one off. We also will keep an eye on a couple other scores. West Nassau game, by the way, I've been told it's going to the fourth quarter now, 14-7. So we'll take a look back at that one. Here are the 2 games that we're eyeing. Fernandina Beach now has the football and is driving a bit here, down by a touchdown in the fourth quarter. That's the SSAA semifinals in that bracket. On the left, we've got Nease looking like they're going in again, and this has just really turned into a blowout. Listen, if this was the game. This was the game to go to, and this hasn't really been a game in the first half. It's a bit surprising. I think Sully's a bit surprised by it. I think we're all surprised by it. We thought, I mean, this is an Oakleaf team that went in and stunned Nease last year in the second round. Nease was undefeated, but they also knocked off Mandarin in the first round, then Nease, and then almost knocked off Buchholz, if you remember, last season too. So, and again, it's a different team, but Nease might have remembered last year, I guess, Sully, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I think Coach Draft's probably, we all picked Oakleaf on the show on Monday night. So I think he probably used that as some fire going through. So you might be getting a text from him later on tonight because they don't have those guys' numbers. So, but they, like I said, I've watched from the middle of the first quarter on, and I've not seen Oakleaf look so confused and dominated offensively, defensively the whole night. It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
I
really.
mean,
really
it's a cat's off to Nease, man, because they are taking them to the woodshed.
Yeah, that was Enrique Ordonez, by the way, on the run there, and now it's going to be with the extra point, 31-0. This game didn't start with fireworks either. It was a pretty good drive to start the game for Oakleaf, and then Nease got the ball after a punt. Then they went down and scored a field goal, and then it was just like an onslaught. Everything changed, including a blocked punt for a touchdown. In a game like this, right, in the postseason, Sully, you have one of those kind of moments where it's even 10-0, it's okay, you can hang around a little bit. But when you have one of those moments to make it 17-0, that's really a devastating blow, and it really opened the floodgates in this football game.
Yeah, special teams are so big in the playoffs, you know. It can win it for you, lose for you, change momentum. There's some stat that any time you get a punt blocked, you lose like 87% of the time.
In high school?
In high school, yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. I mean, I guess that makes some sense, but that is pretty crazy. Hey, by the way, Chandler Dantzler just texted from Blitz Breakdown fame of Monday's show and said, wait a minute, Sully was the only one that picked Oakleaf. Hey, so Colin Drass, it's not the kids, it was Sully.
Oh, he probably already knows that, but I just did that so he would have some fire, you know. I got to give him some extra motivation.
Yeah, well, if I was Coach Foy, I would have taken you to Bono's or something just to make sure you didn't do that. Yeah, funny.
That's so funny. Chandler, you're the mess. 904, buddy. He only picks the 904 team, so we figured that out.
Chandler and Noah and Coach and Brody McGuff on Blitz Breakdown every Monday, by the way, at 8 o'clock for a couple more weeks. Man. Yeah, those guys do a great job and have a lot of fun. Appreciate Sully helping us out. And these guys were fired up for this game, and now they're kind of like, oh, man, 31-0. What is going on?
Now they got to figure out what to talk about.
That's right. Hey, welcome to the big time, boys.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. I think we have the Mandarin highlights in. I was over at this football game, Brian, when we get a chance. And let's see. There he is, Bryson Wright, out for this game. He was a big-time cheerleader in this football game, too. And he was doing plenty of that, and he had reason to cheer, especially right here in the first one. Kyrie Wilson takes it in on the running play, and that made it 7-7. They gave up a quick score, and then it was tied up a little bit later on. This guy's been awesome. Shonquez Foster, right at me. What's up, Mr. Foster? I wasn't talking. I don't have to be quiet. But he has been terrific. They run the ball so hard. I don't think they get enough credit for that, how well they're running the football. And then watch Foster again. I had to get out of the way of this one. I thought they were coming at me, those guys blocking downfield. That was a nice design play, and Foster did it again. That made it 21-7 at that point. So, Sully, you take a look at Mandarin, and there's a little cheerleading going on by Bryson Wright. He thought the flag was on Mandarin, but it was not. It's amazing, first of all, how many people are out there at Mandarin from a camera standpoint collecting content, mostly around Bryson Wright, even though he's not even playing. I was a little surprised at the light crowd today out there. I don't know if it was a 6:30 start. I'm not really sure why, but it didn't feel like a playoff crowd. Now, Crestview comes from far away. They weren't going to bring a lot.
Over, yeah.
But I was just a bit surprised by that, if I'm being honest. It was easy to get into Mandarin, and it sometimes is not when you go to a normal game on a Friday night. So I was a bit surprised by that. And I don't think that was, hey, Bryson Wright's not playing, so we're not coming. But
I don't think not many people knew he wasn't playing tonight.
You're right.
I thought it was sort of been hushed up a little bit, so a lot of people might have been there not knowing that. And I think first-round playoff at home against an opponent that's from far away, you're not going to get the people. But I guarantee you next week they're going to have people there next week for sure.
Yeah, and I think there's a little bit of that, right? They know they're like, this one might be a blow. They're going to be good. They're going to be good. So you mentioned Bryson Wright. If people don't know the story, he was actually ejected out of the game last week or 2 weeks ago against St. Augustine late in the game. And Sully, I don't know if we were doing that game and we were watching it or somebody else said it. Maybe it was Chandler or somebody. But I said, did somebody just get ejected? And remember, it was late in the game. And, well, it turns out it was a sensational sophomore from Mandarin, Bryson Wright. And because of that, has to miss this playoff game because there's no gap in between. That last week was a bye week. So a little bit of adversity there for Toby Bullock and Mandarin, but it looks like they're handling it just fine.
Well, I think it's a growing experience for him. He got, from what I was told, 2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. I guess the second one with like a minute or something left, he was going over waving to their bench, sort of taunting, they called it. And that was his second one, so that put him out. So he's got to understand that he's got to mature a little bit that way as far as not being detrimental to your teammates, being a little bit smarter than that. They took care of business tonight, but, hopefully he learns a lesson from that moving forward.
Yeah, and that's part of it. He plays with some fire, and sometimes that can get a little bit too much, especially with the 2 unsportsmanlikes. I will say this. I thought if I was a college coach tonight, not that you care probably with all his talent, right? But I thought I'd be interested to see how he was on the sideline. Is he pouting he's not playing? Is he into the game? And I'll tell you this, I thought he was really into the game. I mean, he was the number 1 cheerleader on that sideline, really happy for his teammates. So I think that was a nice sign of maturity there. And I think that's, if you're a coach, if you're a parent, if you're a college coach, I think those are some of the things you look for in a moment like that. And then you hope that moment doesn't happen again where he's not playing. We've reached halftime there, 31-0, by the way. Nease is in the lead, and maybe finally halftime for Oakleaf. Could end up getting a running clock later in the second half. 14-10 now. Fernandina Beach kicked the field goal, so it's 14-10 West Nassau in the fourth quarter. They've got the football. I got an update from Beachside. It's 13-7 Beachside. Be a big deal, right, for Beachside if they can get this win, Sully, after coming off the first district championship.
Yeah, I think it'd be really big for him, for Coach Duffy and his program, at taking sort of the next step with them. This group of seniors has been a 4-year program. They've all mostly been in there, and that would be really huge.
Just an update on a game that I think we're keeping a close eye on here is Mainland and Middleburg. Mainland got a safety, at least according to ScoreStream here. It was 7-7 when we got on. Got a safety. Seems like, at least timing-wise, they got the ball on the kick as well, and then went down and scored. 15-7, though, so if they didn't get the extra point or whatever else, it's still an 8-point game for Middleburg. They're in the, it says second quarter. That's probably more like the second half. Let's see what else we got here. West Florida now up on Yulee 17-0. That was one of those close matchups, Sully, figure out how Yulee would do, and right now they're on the wrong end of it.
Yeah, again, Coach had a really nice year, and their team has done a really nice job. And West Florida's a really good team coming over here, and I believe I picked West Florida on the upset on this one coming through. But I got a text from PV just scored 17-7 on Niceville in the third quarter.
And that's updated, so there you go. Nice job there, 17-7. Reigns is taking out a 36-6 lead. They're going to win. Bull's going to win easy. St. Augustine's going to win easy. Those games look like they're out of reach. We'll see if there could be a crazy comeback in the Creekside game, but they got to play some defense. They're down 49-21. We won't rule them out of it just yet, because you never know with Creekside. They play some wild games. I don't know what happens. There is Trinity Christian. Says 21-10 on there. We just got an update from Chandler. It's 28-10, 7.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Let's show you some highlights from that Trinity Christian Providence game.
Remember what we went through to get here, all right? Yes, sir. Because that first part of the season was ugly. And we remember that, right? Yes, sir. So we do not want this to end. Everybody got me? Yes, sir. So do what you're supposed to do.
Wow, there you go, Verlin Dorman. He knows this time of year. Hanging out with Mo Williams right there from Providence. Trinity Christian knows all about November football. Conquerors needed just 3 plays to jump onto the lead. Micah Anderson, 15 yards to pay dirt, 7-0 for the home team. Those dang lights, they always get us. They get the ball right back. Terrell Dallas, unlike anything on the near side, goes up the middle to Chris Grissett. Trinity doubles the lead out to an early one. The defense would make a play right after that. Deflected ball, Jakari Jackson. able to pick it up. Nice job on the interception. Providence would hold after the turnover, and on the ensuing drive, Jake Contner to Josiah Payton. Little screen pass. Like to see more of those on Sunday for the Jags against the Chargers. That would lead to a field goal. Trinity up 21-10 at the half. Like we just mentioned, they scored coming out of the gates 28-10, and looks like they're in command against the Providence Stallions. Sully, it's interesting with Trinity. We've just been anticipating this all season. He's had a young team for the last couple of years overall. They got off to a horrendous start, especially by their standard, against a really tough schedule. And he acknowledged it right there. He's like, they were not happy about that start, and it looks like they're using it for motivation as they continue to get better and better here in November.
Well, they've won 6 of the last 7, and they took Lake City, Columbia to a 27-20 loss about 4 or 5 weeks ago. They've got better each week. I talked to Coach Dormany on Tuesday, and he said his kids have just held on and just kept coming to practice and working to get better. And he told me, he said, we may not win it all this year, but I guarantee you we're going to be back full go next year. They'll be loaded coming out of next season. A lot of returners.
Yeah, so look, it feels that way, doesn't it? It feels like they're taking their lumps as a younger football team, and now we'll see what happens going forward, and then all this pays off. But things right now look pretty good at Trinity. They're playing better. They're winning football games. Looks like they're taking care of business tonight. They're used to doing just that. Got a few more minutes to go in this West Nassau game. They're trying to hang on 14-10 in the SSAA. In that bracket, it's a semifinal against Fernandina Beach, so we like that matchup. We're up there live in Nassau County. And, I'm not even sure if the band's coming out up in that playoff game. Might just be looking at the field for the next 15 minutes at Nease. Nease and Oakleaf. Nease up 31-0. Not many people saw that one coming. Let's take a quick break here on the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. We come back, more with Coach Sullivan, more scores. We've got some more highlights rolling in as well. And these live games that we'll continue to take a look at, including the end of West Nassau and Fernandina Beach.
Experience is priceless, but there's experience in being a lawyer, and there are life experiences too. You got to have both. There are a lot of good lawyers out there, but the real question is, are they good enough to take time to listen? Are they good enough to treat you with dignity and respect? In other words, are they good enough for you? When we say we're old school but not old fashioned, we do things in a timeless, classic way that our clients really appreciate. It doesn't get more fairer than that.
This is Action Sports Jax, Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farah and Farah, your Jacksonville accident attorneys.
Well, welcome back to the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. Brent Martineau here, Stuart Weber, Marcel Robinson, Olivia Tassily, our entire team, and others out there shooting some highlights on a Friday night as well. And we've got a couple of games we're keeping an eye on live, including our Whataburger game of the week, and that's Nease over Oakleaf 31-0. Yes, you heard me correctly, 31-0 if you're just jumping in. And then we also have the West Nassau Fernandina Beach game in the semifinals. This one's a good one, 14-10, 6.5 minutes to go. West Nassau has the football inside the 20-yard line, and they're trying to hold off Fernandina Beach. Fernandina Beach just kicked the field goal on their last possession. So obviously you're working with the clock and also trying to punch it in here if you're the Warriors and finish this off. Sully, we talked about the Warriors a bunch last week, same with Fernandina Beach, but West Nassau trying to get a win. It's been a nice season up there for Gunnar Cox, and the folks in Callahan is back to their winning ways on a new field and trying to punch another playoff win.
Yeah, this is a big game for them. They could stick this in and sneak away with this win. That'll put them in the semifinals of the SSAA, which is a good rebuild considering 2 years ago they took over this program coming off like 2-8, 1-9, and they've done a really nice job.
That was a
shout out to my.
What's that?
Shout out to our boy Lance Picard, the O-line coach. Shout out Lance Picard, the O-line coach.
Well, a shout out to Skylar Freeman as well. He's a senior running back, just wiggled his way in and might have put a bow on that one in the SSAA Atlantic semifinal game. It's 20-10 pending the extra point. So that's obviously a big deal right there for the Warriors. And we'll finish that one off here in a bit. We'll get some post-game reaction, too. We'll have it for you on the Friday Night Blitz. This is a normal night of our Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. We'll take you all the way to midnight. And some of the live action of the second half, you can watch the entire Whataburger game of the week. That is Nease and Oakleaf. And it could end up being a running clock. That one could go pretty fast because it's 31-0 in favor of Nease. But we will have more from that game coming up over the next hour. We'll have a reaction from some of the others in the area. We'll have our analysis and kind of set the table for next week, week 2 of the postseason, over the next 90 minutes or so. And then at 10:30, we'll have the Friday Night Blitz, all the highlights packaged nice and quick and fun until 11 o'clock. We do our bands of the week. 11:15, we do the Blitz again. 11:35, everybody jumps in and we recap the night. So that's what's on the horizon. And meanwhile, about this time of night, I just kind of wait for the Donato's Pizza. Whoops. Donato's Pizza.
I was going to say.
What?
You said the other D word.
I know. Hey, I won't say anything bad about the other one, but I really like the Donato's, okay?
Of course, yeah.
By the way, I guess word is I owe you a shirt, too, right? I got to get you a shirt. What size you wearing these days?
Probably medium.
All right.
In that collared shirt, yeah. And the boys showed up in a new shirt. They're all bragging, and I'm like, I've been on this show 5 years. I got a T-shirt.
Is that all you have? Is a T-shirt from us?
Yeah. Well, I got the pullover from
from
Josh.
Baker, from Josh.
Yeah, that was sweet. But then he fired me, so then. But at least I got the pullover.
Hey, at least I haven't fired you yet.
That's true. You're working on it, but I keep showing up.
Keep showing up. We appreciate that, man. Availability. That's an important thing. I'll get you one of those polo shirts then from the guys. Unless you want something else. Like maybe I got to start working on you. You need something for a fishing shirt, something like that down there for a Saturday morning at Flagler Beach.
It doesn't matter. You know me. If it's free, I'll take 3.
Yeah, that's right. You're not alone. You are not alone there. That is for sure. All right, let's check our scoreboard. We're keeping an eye on this one. Ponte Vedra has scored 17-7. That is a good scoreboard for the Sharks. As we thought that would be a tight game. It's been a tight game. And guess what? We've got some highlights of that one right now. It is going to be a good test for Ponte Vedra. And that's a fun place to watch a game on a Friday night. Underrated. Sharks strike first. Cole Rosendahl to Jack Bergquist. Loses his defender. Takes it the rest of the way. That's been a nice connection this year. 7-0 Ponte Vedra. Then the defense steps in. Talon Babin. Jason Babin's kid able to cut off the pass and secure an interception for PV. I was just talking about him this week. Niceville would get it back, and the Eagles with a big pickup. Looks like they're in business, but there's a fumble recovered by the Sharks. Ponte Vedra led 10-7 at the break. Where did this one go? That looked like he was open. Good big play. Probably led to a field goal. And they added another score in the third quarter. So they currently lead 17-7. Coach Price and Ponte Vedra. Interesting to watch this team here in November, Sully, because we started the year stunned by the fact that Nease really whooped up on Ponte Vedra in our game of the week. And, well, here come the Sharks, right? This time of year, they get better and better and better. They built a really nice program. They're usually fundamentally sound. They don't lose football games, it doesn't feel like. And right now, they're winning football games. I think they had a 6-game win streak to close out the regular season.
Yeah, without a doubt. They're playing really good football. Both sides of the ball, special teams, really complementary each other. Coach Price has them going. I think a lot of people were surprised they were the number 1 seed because Beachside had beat them during the regular year. But also Mainland has had a really good year, who's the number 2 seed. So really sets up nice for Ponte Vedra as they continue to take care of business.
Well, yeah, it is pretty interesting because they almost didn't win the district. You know, they Beachside won that Tuesday night game. They beat Fleming Island, and Ponte Vedra almost didn't win the district. And so when you have that situation, you're not thinking maybe 1 seed for them. But as you said, the parity in that classification is really good in that region. And, man, to get the 1 seed is huge because I'll tell you what, the ADs love it, right? Get a couple more home football games if you keep winning.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. You don't have to get the charter bus and travel, and that's a bunch of money and feeding all those boys and everything like that. The home games are – people think it's great to host a home game, but for the ADs, like you said, they love it because it saves them a lot of money, and then they make a lot of money. And then as teams get eliminated, more teams in your area aren't playing at home, so more fans will come to your game.
That's a great call there. Here's a Fernandina Beach. They need to hustle, and they are. I mean, they're back down the other side of the field in a hurry, down 21-10. I'm going to assume the extra point was hit. And, oh, boy, the ball's picked off. And that might do it. West Nassau comes up with a big pick, forced it in there. They had marched right down the field. And then Weston Parks able to get the deflected pass, sitting in the end zone, and he gets the interception, and, well, that will do it. Most likely, West Nassau is going to win another one and win this semifinal over in-county rival Fernandina Beach in what was a really nice football game in the SSAA semifinals here tonight.
Yeah, what kind of crowd we got there? Should have a pretty good crowd there tonight, huh?
It sounded like it from the play. I'll have to ask, figure that one out and see what the crowd looks like. Golly, I tell you what, we got to figure out a better spot in that stadium to get, though. That's for sure. If we do this next year.
You got the guy's head cut off like on the sideline. You can't even see him.
I don't know, like what's right there. I can't tell. I don't think it's a pole. I think it might be, like the big speakers. I'm kind of thinking that's what it might be.
Well, they just got a new field. Maybe we can call them about doing something with the press box and put up another level on top of it.
That's right. That's what we're going to have to start doing. We're going to have the Action Sports Shacks area of the press box. We own it. If this thing gets big enough, maybe we can do that at some point and get you a polo shirt. So,
most importantly.
Oh, we got my man Ping up there. That's right. He's doing a good job up there for us, so we appreciate it. But he's giving us good updates, too. So only a few more minutes to go in that game. It looks like West Nassau is going to hold on. Whataburger game of the week is a blowout, 31-0 in favor of Nease over Oakleaf. But we still have another half to go. So who knows which way that is going to go. I think we've got St. Augustine highlights. Yeah, let's go. St. Augustine royalty in the house. Hey. What's up, Mr. Reed? The Arnold Marlins. Did you know that their nickname was the Marlins? Defense forces Arnold to punt. Julio Santiago has the ball bouncing around, decides to scoop it up, heads toward the sideline. The gamble looks like it's going to pay off, takes it all the way back for the touchdown. The Yellow Jackets, like Coach mentioned, would score a couple of special teams touchdowns. By the way, Santiago is going to be a topic on the show here in just a bit. Brent James finds Santiago over the middle. Hey, I was looking for video for this young man for committed to the uncommitted. We just ran the highlights instead. We'll just do that again. St. Aug up 21-6. This is going to be a Santiago kind of night. Oh, then how about the defense? We got offense. We got special teams. We got defense. Marquell Elmore comes up with the pick. And how about the 6? Jackets have it all working tonight, 28-6 in the first quarter. Sully, that's a dream come true for a coach. I mean, you want to get the dub, but when you can get an offensive touchdown, a special teams touchdown, a defensive touchdown in the first quarter, sign us up.
Yeah. Heck yeah, that sort of takes the pressure off. You relax just a little bit on that.
Wow, look at that.
I think they ran 2 offensive plays, and they were up 21-6.
Wow, that's crazy. And you're right, there's another special teamer touchdown, too. So that's a heck of a night. Got everything working. You know what, Sully, when you have everything working like that, that doesn't give the coach a lot to complain about. And Coach Brian Braddock, he likes to find that little nitpick, what can I get these guys motivated with? He's going to have a tough time doing that this week.
Well, he'll find something that they weren't hustling to the ball on some player. There was only one guy in the end zone celebrating the guy that ran the kickoff back. There'll be something.
Yeah, way down the list probably. But how Well, I know how good we think St. Augustine is. We know they've been very good. Their only loss was to Mandarin in the last regular season game. They've made these playoff pushes the last couple of years. They've had a ton of talent. They've also lost a lot of talent. But they have really replaced a lot of the talent with guys like Julio Santiago to go along with what they already have. But it's been it's very impressive how they've replaced and replenished that roster in some key spots, including dynamic wide receivers, running backs, and the quarterback position.
Yeah, the quarterback position to me has been the biggest one. And like I said, I didn't get to see him until like week 2 or 3 of the season. And just the way he handles everything and he runs, he's got such good speed for a big 6'4", 170-pound kid getting on the edge against everybody. Brandon James, I think he's one of the top quarterbacks in our area. Definitely next year for sure.
Yeah, he'll be one to watch as he's still a young guy and doing a great job for St. Augustine. An update to a score. I haven't seen this score updated yet. Now UC leads 21-7. When we first came on the air today, it was 14-7. So 21-7. Columbia looking good, 21-0. That's still the case there. NFEI, who got in the playoffs along with Providence and Trinity and everybody else in that region, they are losing to Maclay 29-12. Ed White 20-12. I'm not sure if that's still the score or not. We'll get an update, but it's been like that for a while here, so I'm assuming it's not still that score. Trinity Christian 35-10 now, so they're running away with it. Strong second half after they led by 11 at the break. Middleburg looks like they're hanging in if that score is accurate. Bishop Kenny continues to cruise. There's St. Augustine now up 70-14, and let's see if anything else has changed. Beachside Milton's close, 13-7. We'll continue to get updates of that one. West Nassau now 21-10 and looking to close the deal out. They've got the football there on that bottom part of our wall that says it all. Anything else? Anything else jumping out at us? I think that's about it. Rains looks like they're going to go on. And, hey, speaking of the Rains, Vikings, the St. Augustine Yellow Jackets, Mandarin Mustangs, those have been 3 of the top teams in the area, along with another one, the Bowles Bulldogs. They've been one of the premier teams this season, and here they are in the opening round of the playoffs against Walton, and guess who? Xander Edwards breaks the ice for Bowles with a rushing touchdown, 67 yards. He is having an unbelievable season. I mean, player of the year may be kind of worthy season. Jaden Weatherly with a pretty pass connection to Naeem Burrows. They have some talent out there at Bowles. You know, this is the year for them, Sully, a bit, because I know they have sophomores like Giddo and this young man, Edwards. He's just a sophomore, folks. He had 4 touchdowns at this point. Remember, he had that 8-touchdown game, a state record earlier this year. But I was told by someone this week that offensive line that you see, they graduate all those guys. So when you have those kind of offensive linemen and you have this kind of talent to go along with it, even some young talent, it feels like the time is now, right, for the Bowles Bulldogs.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think they graduate 9 on offense this year, and I know the back half of secondary and the linebackers, I think they're almost all seniors. But I know offensively, I believe they graduate 9. And so this is the year they haven't won the state championship for Bowles, I believe, since 2014, if I'm not mistaken. And so this is the year, and I think they've gone all in on it this year. So hopefully they'll keep playing and getting going. It should be it's going to be good for them as they roll through. Yeah,
that's kind of amazing. It's been over a decade for Bowles, but also you get spoiled if you're Bowles and some of these schools, UC and Trinity, obviously. But you got to keep knocking on the door. Those teams continue to knock on the door, too. It's hard to win it all in the state of Florida.
100%.
And we all know that. But the one thing they seemingly do all the time, Sully, St. Augustine the last few years, what Mandarin's now been doing in recent memory, what Rains has now been doing, is they're giving themselves the opportunity to at least knock that door down.
Yeah, I mean, just consistency week in, week out. Bowles, they've been in the state championship game the last few years. They've just run into somebody better than them. But they just, hopefully this is the year they get it taken care of. But again, like we talked about all year, is all these teams in all these different classifications, and that is just a feather in the cap for North Florida football.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We got some premier teams, and Sully's been saying it all year. You take a look. Later on, we'll show you the brackets again, and you can see we have a chance to get these guys hot this month of November into early December and win some state championships in various classifications, they won't knock each other out. Now, some will, but the premier teams we have in the area won't. West Nassau is about to close this thing down. Probably should let Ping go down and get some post-game reaction if you want to do that. We'll see what they do with the camera. And then we've got the second half action with Nease with the football up 31-0 in this game. Let's do a little bit of an audio check on Noah and Brody, see if they've lost interest in this game. They've been excited all season long. They couldn't wait for this game tonight in the playoffs. And 31-0. Nobody saw it coming. Here's Brody and Noah.
Shotgun formation. Ordonez to the left of Pfeiffer. Play action. They set up a screen to Braden Fielder. Fielder has got the first down past the 20-yard line. And he's down around the 22-23.
Good screen pass. Receiver screen to the left side. Number 6, Felder catches the ball, makes a man miss, and gets that first down. That's what Nease wants to do. They just want to control the clock, have nice low drives, 10, 15 play drives in that area. Just keep the ball away from Oakleaf and keep this lead.
Jet sweep. This is Ford going to that right side. He had some big plays in the first half. This one's going to go for around 3 or 4 yards.
Solid little jet sweep to the right side. And a solid gain as well. Bring up a second down.
Second down and 6 to go. They hand to Ordonez. Ordonez breaks across the 35 and dives forward to the 39. You know what you appreciate watching Enrique Ordonez? He fights for every yard. Even there at the end, he's jumping forward, reaching that ball out, trying to get 1 or 2 extra yards at the end of his carry.
On his carries tonight, he's always fell forward. He hasn't been knocked back on the tackles. And it takes more than one player to bring that young man down. Very solid halfback. And he's done a lot of great things for this Nease offense throughout the season.
Still got fresh legs. Wasn't used too much in that first half. Sure we'll see a lot more of them in the second. Pfeiffer drops back. He's looking down the field for Vernon Stevens. Incomplete.
Pfeiffer's pass intended.
Nease wants
They want a flag.
Yeah. The DB's head wasn't turned around. He had his hand in his face and didn't have his head turned around. Usually that would be a flag. Refs didn't think so there.
And we got the replay from the sideline. Some contact there, but in the end, ruled good coverage. Second down and 10. Ordonez across the 40-yard line. Looks like they'll give him the 41. It'll be third down and 8.
Just a few yards picked up there. Little run right up the middle. How aggressive does Nease get on his third down? I mean, why am I even saying that? They took a shot big time down the field earlier, so.
Just a moment to look back and realize, what a ball.
Oh my gosh, yes it was.
50 yards down the field, bounced off his shoulder.
Not much sophomores can do that.
Not many seniors can do that.
Yeah.
Pfeiffer lets go of a screen high. Had to let go of a throw under pressure and over the head of Ordonez. So Oakleaf's defense gets their first stop of the game, or second stop of the game.
Nease drained 3 minutes and 30 seconds off the clock. Never mind. Wait. Math
Yep.
is
The
malfunctioning
math.
in my brain.
But it was right.
Doesn't matter how we got there. We got there.
See what happens in a blowout? You start doing math. Like, that's what happens. That's Noah Schlicksup and Brody McGuff. And at least Oakleaf gets off the field there. We'll see if they can make something happen. And it's been a tough go for the Knights as the Panthers are all over them, 31-0 in our Whataburger Game of the Week. A stunner, really. Nobody saw that coming. And hats off to Nease. They brought it on this Friday night to open the playoffs. And I do think there's an element of what was everybody going to look like tonight, Sully? Like, I felt that we restarted the season today. You know, and I know it's a second season in terms of the postseason, but having that bye week was like, just feel like there was no momentum of the high school football season. Just everything stopped last week, and now you got to reignite that. We talked about it a little bit last week how you do that. It's good to get healthy, get rest, but you're not a huge fan of that because you just like to keep rolling with what you've been doing at times, right?
Yeah, I mean, some people haven't had a bye week for 6 or 7 weeks, so they got a bye week going in the playoffs, and they like that. I always felt that if you were rolling pretty good, you don't want to have any kind of momentum change or anything, and you get a chance just to keep going because it is the playoffs and that. So that's just me, and maybe it's just because I'm old school type of deal. But you know, maybe Oakleaf they got sort of thinking that we beat Nease last year. We got a week off. Maybe, you know, I know coaching them, they prepare, but I think Nease had really done a good job in their open week and being prepared and doing some different things because this is a total domination.
Oh, that was a heck of a catch right there. Heck of a catch on the sideline to get that play and across midfield. So we'll see if Oakleaf can get something going. They're going to battle, no doubt about it. Hey, we got a Reigns winner. We're going to see if we can get Coach Maslin on. Mandarin wins 42-14 over Crestview. Let's see, UC's up. What was the score I just got in that I wanted to update? Two of them, actually. Ponte Vedra 17-14 now over Niceville. Yep. It was 17-7, so now it's a three-point game again. That was a blocked kick.
Blocked field goal, they said, and then they scored off the turnover.
Okay, we're not going to get a crazy comeback from Creekside. It looks like DeLand now 63 points. Wow, the points tonight in some of these places are crazy. Trinity now 42-10. They scored 21 in the second half. Bowles obviously with 63. We talked to them. Ed White updated here, 34-20 in the fourth quarter, Sully. That's a big score for the Commanders.
Good. That's good. Yeah, taking care of business like they're supposed to be. And that's good stuff. It's going to be a huge one next week.
Yeah, that will be a St. Augustine matchup if Ed White can close the door. Now, they've played some wild games this year, been on the wrong end, been on the right end. So let's not call that one too soon. Another score to tell you about Beachside has gone up 20-7. And I think it might now be 23-7. Yeah, I just got an update from DR out there at Beachside down in St. Johns County, and it's now 23-7 in favor of Beachside. So that's going to be a nice win for the Barracudas. Let's take a timeout here on the show. When we come back, we'll see if Oakleaf can punch this in and try to find something and at least avoid the running clock in the third quarter. There's a lot of football to be played. There's a lot to catch up on the scoreboard, though, and it seems a little unrealistic. 31-0. Nease is in the lead over Oakleaf. And before we go, threw it to a spot, couldn't catch it. We'll find out how Oakleaf finishes this drive when we come back.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. The thrill of winning never gets old.
But at Farah, it's not just about us. It's the thrill of fighting for our clients.
That's what drives us.
We've seen big insurance, underpaid car crash claims, or flat out deny them.
It's sad to say, but it's true.
That's why we're so relentless, to get our clients every dollar they deserve.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.
This is Action Sports Jax Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farah and Farah, your Jacksonville accident attorneys.
Well, we're just wondering how that drive was going to end for Oakleaf in that 30-second timeout. Guess what? Nease with a turnover. That's how it happened. So Nease is going to continue to control this football game. They already do 31-0 in our Whataburger Game of the Week. Next week, where we're going to go, it looks like we could get St. Augustine and Ed White. That's going to be a matchup that could take place, that could send us in that direction to do that game here on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. Sully, as you start to look at some of these games, and maybe we'll, Brian, when you get a chance, we'll throw the brackets back up so it'll be easier for folks to follow along, including myself, where everybody matches up. But St. Aug feels like a prohibitive favorite in a game like that if Ed White can hold on, but do you give him a shot? Did you just get back to us? You all right over there, Sully?
Yeah. I'm good. I'm good.
Good deal. I know.
I went to get my Donato's pizza, but you didn't bring it to me, so.
Very good. That's good. Very good. I thought you fell off the chair or something, so I want to make sure you're okay. You could be standing this whole time, too. I don't know. I hope not, though. Anyway, Ed White, St. Aug. Looks like we could go there for next week's game of the week. It feels like St. Aug, obviously, as the 1 seed, they feel like they're a notch above Ed White. They have been all season. Is that a dangerous game for St. Augustine, you think, if everything holds?
Yeah, because, St. Augustine has given up some points during the regular season. And that'll be a really good matchup because it'll be like this. Their strength is Ed White's strength. We believe their offense. St. Augustine's strength is their offense. So it could be one of them wild ones that we see. And I got a stat today for you for St. Augustine. They scored 70 for the first time since 1944. They've scored 70 points.
Really?
Yep.
Gosh, that surprises me almost. Doesn't it surprise you? 70 points for the first time since 1944?
Yep, that's what I got. So
wow, I believe you.
They beat Palatka 72-0 in 1944.
That's the oldest rivalry in the state right there. So you go all the way back for that one. That's wild. Hey, I'm trying to do the math there. 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 teams to start, if I did my math right there. I'm not counting Georgia here in Northeast Florida in the postseason. Creekside's going to bounce out. 2 teams remain in 6A. We'll see about Middleburg. That's a game that we're keeping an eye on, but they were losing. Beachside and Ponte Vedra so far looking good. Ponte Vedra's in a close one, though, against 8-seed Niceville right now. So that would be 2, potentially 4, 5, 6, 7, because Columbia's winning. 8, 9, Yulee's not winning. Baldwin was down at last check. 10 for Bowles, 11 Bradford, and then 12, 13, 14. So we could still have 14 teams going into week 2. We're going to start losing teams, obviously, because some are playing each other. But we started with 23, if I did my math right, down to 14. And that's the way this could shake out. I think this was fascinating in 5A because we're keeping an eye on Middleburg. Could they pull an upset? And Niceville could pull the upset on Ponte Vedra. Obviously, PV wants to hold serve. We could get PV and Beachside. So that 5A region you've talked about quite a bit, Sully, and kind of wide open. And I think we're seeing it tonight with Middleburg threatening Mainland and Niceville threatening Ponte Vedra.
Yeah, that like we said, they're all sort of the same team. Mosley beat Lincoln last night in a blowout. I saw that score. So the rest of them, I think, are sort of thrown in there and all pretty competitive and all similar teams, and should be a really good one. Beachside Ponte Vedra, that'll be a huge game. I mean, it was a great game the first time, and it was early in the year. And both these teams, that'll be monster for our area. Both those teams playing each other again.
Beachside and Ponte Vedra, if that happens, again, Ponte Vedra's in a close game. Right. Beachside looks like they're going to pull away. But if that happens, that could be our game of the week next week, too. What's interesting about that football game is we're not sure about Beachside right now, Sully. I think this is a big win. That Tuesday night win was nice in the second half, kind of reestablished themselves as, hey, keep an eye on us. And then the Barracudas looking good here in the postseason. That gives you some confidence in them because there was a little bit of a stretch, and I'm not counting the one where they didn't play the starters against Nease. Right. There was a bit of a stretch in there where it looked like they had lost their way and you weren't so sure about them. Well, they found their way once again. It's a debate whether, let's just say some of this holds up, whether you have St. Aug Ed White as our game of the week next week or Beachside Ponte Vedra. Beachside Ponte Vedra game could be a good one.
Yeah, I don't think it could go wrong on any one of those, as far as what we'll look for and what we've got going. But those are going to be two premier games to pick from.
Yeah, no doubt. So we'll see what happens. Again, we're not sure about all that. We got to see where everything lands tonight. Oh, we got a big 12. Let's listen in.
40 to the 30, moving to the right, brought down around the 20-yard line.
Oakleaf's been looking at.
There you go. Finally, an explosive play for the Oakleaf Knights. Noah Schlick's up on the call along with Brody McGuff, and now they're going to hurry up. But they got the ball back, and there's that big run by Coleman, who has been quieted on this night. Fantastic back for the Oakleaf Knights. And now let's see if they can try to punch something in. But look at the defense in Nease. It's just one of those games, right? And I'm sure you've been here before, Sully, even when you're down in a football game and you feel like you gain a little momentum, like, okay, let's see if we can build off this, and they punch right back. That's never a good sign.
Yeah, and then Nease just had a whole front line change off, and I think they brought some of the starter kids back in because they just had like all the D linemen run out, a whole new group of D linemen come in. So they might have tried to sub some guys in to get them some time, and it didn't go well. The starters come running back in, and then you saw what happened.
Yeah, that was a quick change of your mind if you're the head coach. And right now,
get him out.
Yeah, get him out. Nease. There might be more time to put him back in this one. Nease up 31-0 over the
Oakleaf's got to get something on this drive.
Yeah, they got to figure out a way to get something. We'll keep an eye on that game for a moment. Also want to keep an eye on the scoreboard here in our Action Sports Shack studios and check out some of these scores while you check out the game. And we got a little timeout in that game. Yeah, stay on the game right now, Brian. We're good.
Yeah, the little motion, that's what we talked about a few weeks ago. The running back was going towards the line of scrimmage when they snapped the ball.
Yeah. Everybody's trying to get a head start these days.
Canadian, got to go to Canada.
Yeah, that's right. That's kind of where it came from, right?
Yeah. I've been trying to get a mainland Middleburg update. I've been searching for it.
No luck yet, huh?
No. There's a guy down in Volusia that covers them, but he hasn't posted. They were at halftime, 26 minutes ago. They were went to halftime, so they should be back up rolling.
All right, so we got a little timeout there on the field. Might even be a water break in the middle of the quarter. Let's just give you an update on the scores. I know everybody, if you're just tuning in, jumping in all over the place, we still got 34-20. Ed White looking to close that out, kind of set up a St. Augustine matchup because St. Aug cruised. They're on here somewhere. I can't find them right now, but they cruised today. There you go, 70-21. Coach Sully just gave us that info. First time they've hit 70 points since 1944. It's amazing. They were high flying right from the jump. They scored every which way in the first quarter. Special teams, defense, offense. They scored a couple special teams touchdowns in that game. Bishop Kenny looking good. Way to finish it. 43-13 over Wakulla.
Nice.
Trinity Christian, same deal. Just keeps getting better and better. 42-10 over Providence. Bowls, never a doubt as they continue to roll. And Xander Edwards had at least 4 touchdowns at one point in that game. West Nassau goes on to win 21-10. We might hear from Coach in a little bit. If not, we'll definitely do so on the Friday Night Blitz as they win the SSAA semifinal game over their in-county rival. Beachside 23-7. They continue to pull away, so that will be I just got this in. Beachside game is now over. So Beachside has won the football game, and that could set up a matchup with Ponte Vedra. Once I find it on the board, we'll get to that in a moment. Impact Christian over Episcopal, 22-0. That'd be a nice win for Impact Christian, by the way. Ponte Vedra, last check, still 17-14. That game continues to cruise along, and we'll see where it ends up, but it could be PV hosting Beachside in the next round in 5A. Nease is all over Oakleaf. That's been our Whataburger game of the week. We've been showing you that a bit. We'll show you more of it. Up in Georgia, Glenn is getting crushed. Columbia all over Rickards. That's a nice win for Columbia. Their 2 losses are bowls in St. Augustine, if I'm not mistaken, Sully.
Yeah, really, really good win for them. And again, they're the 3 seed, and They're a young team. They've got a few seniors, but they're a young team, and this is just really building for what they're going to get and what we're going to see moving forward from them, especially next year. That'll be one of those teams next year we talk about a lot.
Yeah, I think you're right. We are going to talk about them a lot going forward. Let's see, where did I leave off? Columbia there. Ware County up Flowery Branch, 27-20 for Ware County. Brunswick, look at that shootout, 54-30. I wouldn't trust the halftime part of that. University Christian pulling away from Trinity Catholic, who snuck into that region. You see the top seed there. And Charlton County battling up in Georgia. Bradford, no problem. Bradford's a team we haven't talked a ton about, Sully, but they've obviously got all the goods for, I think, like a third straight year, right? A good defense. They're good enough to score on offense. I think that will be the question. Can they score enough on offense as they get deeper and deeper into the postseason? And potentially there's a Final Four matchup with Bowles when it comes to Bradford.
Yeah, and that'll be interesting to see if they both get to that Final Four, how that whole seeding works out. If Bowles is 1, will they be a 2 or 3 and not be the 4 and have to play him in the semi? So a lot of moving parts going on that.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll see where that ends up. NFEI looks like they're struggling against Maclay. Mainland Middleburg, we can't get an update out of there. We'll try to do so, but that's a good one. West Florida over Yulee. And that's been up there for a long time. I don't think we have an update there as well. Creekside loses to DeLand 70-21. How odd is this? We got 2 scores right next to each other. Creekside loses to DeLand 70-21. St. Augustine beats Arnold 70-21. That's kind of wild.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's pretty unusual.
I'm going to play those numbers tomorrow in the lottery.
Yeah, might want to. And I didn't mention Rains, 43-6 over Baker County. That thing was a little bit tight when we got on here. I think it was 22-6 in the third, and then Rains pulls away. Mandarin does the same. They got down early 7-0, but then really controlled the game after that, and they did that without Bryson Wright. So a nice win for Mandarin, as we'll see if they now can make a run. They'll get another home game. A lot of these teams, as we show you the wall that says it all, I mean, look at some of the teams that won. Happy ADs around the area because they don't have to spend on buses and they get to stay home, like University Christian, Trinity Christian, Bradford, Bowles, Rains, St. Aug, Columbia will hit the road, Ponte Vedra, and Mandarin will stay home. So we're going to have some good games in the area coming up. What did I miss? Oakleaf scored.
Oakleaf scored.
Finally got on the board. There we go. So good for Oakleaf as that's their first score of the game, folks. And, you know, I started to talk about this earlier and mentioned 12 points per game. It is pretty wild that we're not talking enough, Sully, about the Nease defense. I mean, this defense is legitimately good.
Well, they've proved it. I think they've got 5 shutouts this year.
That's crazy.
And, you know, what they're doing tonight with this high-powered offense that's come in here, I think they're doing a really nice job. And they've got those kids, man, believing and playing hard and doing a lot of good things defensively. They don't just line up in vanilla 3-3-5 stuff. They move guys around. They give you different looks. So you got to be coached up, ready to go when you play against that Nease team.
Yeah, no doubt. And they look very strong. Hey, let's take a look at some other highlights. I think we've got some before we hit a 3-minute timeout here on the show. How about Impact Christian? And do we have that or no? Not yet? Oh, just want to play? Okay, this is Impact Christian and Episcopal. And this is Tehran Lundy for Impact Christian. Pulls it out of the sky in the end zone, and they only count it for 100, but that was about 104. That was 30-0. Lions in the lead when they did that. So a big pick six, probably a nominee for a play of the week on the Friday Night Blitz, which is coming up at 10:30. Right now, you're in the middle of the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. If you want to watch our Whataburger game of the week, Oakleaf did just score, but still trail big to Nease. You can watch every play on our YouTube channel, Action Sports Shacks, or on actionnewsshacks.com all the way up until 10 o'clock. So take a time out. We'll come back and give you more highlights, catch up on the scores, see what this bracket looks like, and take a peek ahead to next week as well. Still more to come.
One thing I noticed is that when Chuck joined me, he challenged me.
You're going to be late.
Not as late as you. It's a natural thing between brothers, pushing each other.
Hey, it's one-upmanship. It's good for us, and it's good for our clients.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.
Most of us know how to throw. But you need to know what to throw. I'm not talking about footballs, baseballs, softballs. We're talking about those items you need to recycle. Republic Services explains it easy. Recycling simplified. 1. Know what to throw. When in doubt, throw it out. 2. Empty, clean, and dry those materials. It takes an extra minute, but it makes a big difference. And 3. Don't bag it. This makes the recycling process faster and more efficient. This is a look at the Republic Services North Florida Recycling Center. You can make this process even more efficient. By utilizing those 3 steps, Republic Services can help you become a better recycler in your home. Learn more at recyclingsimplified.com. Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker's Sports. It's a hometown business filled with hometown people trying to make you feel right at home.
Chris Conley, Jacksonville University. Walker Wright, class of 2018, West Nassau High School. Michael Young, Fletcher High School.
Baker's Sports started in a grassroots way and now outfits much of the Southeast.
Tony Mazzio, Sandalwood High School, class of 2002.
High school sports, travel sports, youth sports of all kinds. They are a one-stop shop carrying Nike, Adidas, Under Armour brands, and more.
Vincent Caldes, Oakleaf High School. Samuel Coffrin, Paxton School for Advanced Studies.
Whether it's sports teams on the field or it's your team in the workplace, like our Action Sports Jacks team, and community events like the Dream 18 Golf Tournament, and many others.
Cole Tilley, Hilliard High School. Reagan Webb, Eagles View Academy.
Look good, feel good, play good with Baker Sports. Custom sports apparel since 1997. Shop with the hometown team at bakersport.com.
This is Action Sports Jacks, Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, sponsored by Farah and Farah, your Jacksonville accident attorneys.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, to week 1 of the high school football playoffs. And we've had a heck of a, well, I don't know if everybody's had a heck of a night. We've had a heck of a weather night. Everything, we've got some good matchups. I don't know if we got great matchups. And this is what happens in round 1 of the playoffs sometimes, right? Kind of, you got to get to that round 2, and especially as you go deeper and deeper, we could get some really good games. And it's kind of funny, Sully, as we welcome back Hall of Famer Kevin Sullivan. It's like it starts off, you'll get some blowouts. You kind of get rid of some teams that just might not belong. You never know the matchups. And then when you get deeper into it, like the Final Four, you almost get the blowouts back on occasion, right? Because just some teams are so good, and you just don't know how people are going to match up around the state.
Match up, yeah. And that's the thing, because you're not used to a lot of teams you play year in, year out. When you get in the playoffs, you're playing teams you don't play, and you know they got this stud wide out, so you try to take him away, but then you don't know about the back. So there's a lot of things that go into it. But got a score down in Mainland and Middleburg. Mainland just scored 21-7 now.
That could put
halfway
it away
through the third.
Oh, that's still in the third? Okay, they got some time.
Yep.
But I think overall, that's a pretty nice showing for Middleburg. As you mentioned, you called that last week. You thought they'd give Mainland a little bit of trouble. That's a perennially good team. In Mainland, that's a 7 versus a 2. And Middleburg hanging around and has a chance at least still. We'll see if they can pull something off in the fourth quarter. But, tack on to an 8-2 season, which I think is the best since 1990 at Middleburg. This is a pretty nice showing in the first round, even if it does come in a losing effort.
Yeah, really nice. Coach has done a good job. We've talked about that and developing some culture out there and some toughness, and the kids play really hard and really like what he's doing. It's just a good thing to build on.
Well, we got to fight for a touchdown again, and that's going to cap off the Whataburger game of the week for Nease as they gave up a touchdown to Oakleaf. Oakleaf, I wouldn't say got back in it. They just got on the board. And then what a way to answer. Just an impressive team. We talk about Colin Drafts and Nease a lot, what they've been able to do. Tonight we've been talking a lot about their defense and what they've been able to do. They're really holding down a very good back for Oakleaf. And but then the offense can do it too. And they replaced so much on offense. And early in the year it didn't seem to matter. And now against these good teams in playoff action, you're going to find out how much it matters. Well, tonight, didn't matter. They got a lot of play all season. They've been getting better and better. And now you start to wonder, what can Nease do? I mean, is Buchholz just too good, Sully?
Well, I mean, they played him close a little bit in the game they played. I believe it was 28-10 final, maybe.
I think you're right.
The first time they played.
It might have been a rainy game, too. Maybe that wasn't a rain. I can't remember. The weather might have been a factor in that game.
Yeah, I think so. And their Buchholz is a perennial power. One thing about Coach Drafts, they've had 2 weeks to get ready for this game, and their kids have been hungry and probably had this circled for the revenge game from last year. They were undefeated when they played, 11-0, and then Oakleaf handled them pretty handily. So it's a good payback for them. And again, they'll move on. It looks like to Buchholz and play at Buchholz. So hopefully that field's held up well, because that place they play over in Gainesville does not hold up very well at all.
Huh. Well, I can see if we got any rain in the forecast over the next week or so. Barish, what do we think? Lick and dry or what? No rain? No rain, says Barish. So hopefully that field does hold up. And I know you're not just talking about rain, Sully, but takes a beating throughout the course of the season. But obviously the rain doesn't add or help to that. Hey, guys, back there, just keep an eye on St. Augustine. Coach Brian Braddock could give us a call. We got call out to him and also Donovan Maslin from Reigns. So those guys' games have ended. They might call in, might not. Depends if they have time over the next little bit before we get out of this studio at 10 o'clock. Let's get to our committed to the uncommitted. And it's Julio Santiago, of course, presented by Nimnick Buick GMC. Austin Reed would like to throw to Julio Santiago. Santiago, a guy who's came over from Tokoi Creek this year and adds to the stable of playmakers. And then tonight, look what happens here. Santiago takes a gamble on the punt return, and he turns it into 6 points. He would get another highlight here tonight in this playoff game where it was all highlights for St. Augustine. But Sully, this is an undersized wide receiver who's been making plays on offense and special teams for the last couple of years around here.
Yeah, without a doubt. He's been doing it. He's been doing it all year. He's been a real good complement to the wide receiver that they have,
Samarian Wingo.
Yeah, to Wingo, and he just gives them another dimension. Plays both sides again. Can return kicks and punts. And I was really surprised when I talked to Coach Braddock that he really doesn't have anything going. He got an offer from some junior college up in Iowa. And really surprised that he didn't have more, because he's really fluid. Again, the size and that. But, I mean, he makes plays. He catches the ball with his hands. He runs a good route. And then he turns around and plays defensive return kicks. So I think it's a good one for us to highlight.
Yeah, I like it, too. And I'm a little surprised he doesn't. I know size does matter, but you know what I'm thinking of? You know, I'm thinking of a guy with the New England Patriots right now who played for Mandarin and DeMario Douglas. That kind of receiver, and again, I'm not trying to compare this young man in high school to Demario Douglas, but, Demario Douglas is an undersized guy coming out of school. I think, did he go to, Liberty first, or maybe that's where he ended up? And then he gets drafted, or maybe he signed as an undrafted free agent. I think he got drafted by the Patriots, and he's turned in a nice career. These kind of guys are utilized, is what I'm saying, in today's offenses in high school football, college football, and the NFL. So I'm surprised he doesn't have more.
Yeah, and I think it's got to be whether because maybe he transferred in or whatnot, but he's been making plays and catching balls. I mean, he's got 49 catches, 700-something yards, 8-9 touchdowns. And again, he gets 2 more tonight, too. So I sent his stuff out to a couple of guys I know once I got it and talked to coach and everything. So another one of those kids that just goes
unnoticed.
Under-recruited that we're trying to help.
Yeah, that's why we do it. Committed to the Uncommitted, presented by Nimick Buick GMC, part of our scholarship program. And we'll identify one young man from this fall season with a $2,500 scholarship at the very least. And hopefully, like Coach just mentioned, get the word out and find them a home to play at the next level as these kids want to. An under-recruited program that we've had for a few years now. And again, we might even do this if you got somebody next week, and Sully might even have someone send it in. We can do 1 or 2 of them, but obviously the season's winding down. So we want to get them in front of coaches as much. That early signing day period's coming up here in a few weeks as well around college football. One other note on Julio Santiago, I think that was kind of a quiet, well, maybe in high school football circles it wasn't that quiet, but you're like, oh, yeah, I remember him from Tokoi once you saw him on the field with St. Augustine. And Tokoi had some coaching changes. That might have been part of the reason for that move. But he was spectacular at Tokoi Creek. He was the guy there, Sully.
Right, yeah. And that's why, he's had film. And again, maybe he was undersized. And, Coach got him listed at 165. 5'10", I believe, 165. And that could be it. But, again, there's always a place for a twitchy guy that can play, especially on both sides of the ball. It's different if he's just a DB or he's just a wideout. Here you're getting a kid that can play multiple places.
Absolutely. So Julio Santiago from St. Augustine, he is our Committed to the Uncommitted, presented by Nimick Buick GMC. Hey, a side note of that, I mentioned Demario Douglas, also Terrell Jennings from Mandarin, both on that New England Patriots team. And did you see a couple of weeks ago, Sully? They both scored. How cool is that?
Yeah, that was pretty neat too. And then Pop had his. He was in town today. They had a big turkey drive. Was handing out over 150 turkeys, I heard today. So he was in giving back to the community, which is awesome.
That's awesome. I did not hear that and see that. So hey, Pop, send it to us. We would have gone out and covered it. But good for him. And he's a really nice story.
Yep.
And to make it to the NFL, we have stories in the NFL like Derrick Henry, who was obviously a headliner and everything else. But Pop Douglas, I don't think anybody would have thought years ago he'd be starring for the New England Patriots. And that shows you what some hard work will do, and just keep that journey going, kids, as long as you can. And cool to see what he's been doing. All right, what do we got? We got the end of the Nease game, and also Oakleaf, and Nease is really up big now. It's been our Whataburger game of the week. Oh, Sully, by the way, I got to tell you this story. I was out of Mandarin today, saw Frank Garris. You know Frank well. And met his kid. And so Frank introduced me to his kid, and his kid's like, hey, isn't he the guy from the Whataburger commercial? I think his kid likes Whataburger. Let's go. We got to get that young man some Whataburger. Awesome. Get him a burger. So there we go. I guess now I'm the guy from the Whataburger commercial. Oh, wow. What an interception. Holy cow.
Yeah, whatever it takes, Brent.
How about that catch by, I don't know if you see in this one, Sully, or not. You get it a little bit delayed. Let me just double check the name of this young man. That is Dylan Rode. And he just picked it off and kind of put an exclamation point on Nease's big win over Oakleaf in our Whataburger game of the week. We got some highlights in here, Brian. Want to go to Brunswick? All right, let's do it. How about that? Brunswick hosting Winder up in Georgia.
Winder Barrow.
Winder Barrow, sorry. Yeah. Only home game for the playoff teams up there. Get ready for some points here. Late first quarter, it's Grant Moore. He goes deep. And that's Hezzy Kent. Yeah, of course it is, right? 30-7 in the first quarter. In the first quarter, more to Wasim Murray then, and that goes 77 yards to pay dirt. Follow him. He's too fast. You can't find him. There he is. Brunswick 54-30. So that was a halftime score. I thought the halftime part of that was wrong. I guess it wasn't. And Brunswick looking good up there in South Georgia tonight. All right, let's go back over to the scoreboard, guys, if we can, and walk into this shot. We got Bishop Kenny. We've talked about Baldwin. There's that. I was wondering where all the scoring was in the Baldwin Florida High game. Well, there it is, 42-31 now, as there's 73 points. Interesting score in Yulee. When we've been talking much of the night, that score hasn't changed much. It was 17-0 West Florida. I got it now 24-16. So that's interesting. We've got Ponte Vedra 24-17, Sully. Is that the score you have updated?
Let me check, see what I've got. Nobody's sent me anything since the 17-14.
Okay, and that's an interesting game because we know Beachside has won, so Beachside could travel to Ponte Vedra. Could be a potential game of the week for us next week in week 2 of the playoffs. Nease all over Oakleaf in this week's game of the week. Bradford going to roll. Mainland now up 21-7. A weird way to get it, by the way. It was 7-7. They went safety to make it 9-7. Touchdown 15-7, and now Mainland 21-7. Sounds like they can't kick an extra point. So that might hurt them later if they keep going. But Middleburg with a nice effort tonight. They're going to need a strong comeback in the final few minutes of that one. Impact Christian now led 30-0. We showed you the 100-yard touchdown return on the pick 6. Brunswick, oh, there you go, up 62-30 now. Charlton County 28-7. That was 7-7 just a short time ago. So Charlton County has flipped the switch. Ware County up by 10 at Flowery Branch. NFEI is going to lose. Columbia rolling. Ed White, that's a final now, Sully. So we do get Ed White, St. Augustine, 41-20. The Commanders take care of business. Mandarin beats Crestview 42-14. Rains big 43-6. Trinity 42-16 winners. Bulls rolled 63-13 over Walton. And West Nassau, we showed you the SSAA semifinal. That was 20-10 the final. DeLand and St. Augustine both win by the same score of 70-21. Pretty odd, but they both did. Creekside on the losing end of that. St. Augustine on the winning side of that. And there's the Beachside win, 23-7. Glenn is going to fall tonight on the road at Jackson County. So just to put a bow on this part of the show, well, we got a little bit left, I guess. Here at 9:46. We'll take you for another 8, 9, 10 minutes or so. And it looks like we got some more highlights. Is that right, Brad? Yeah, we do. How about the 9-1 Tornadoes before we get to this bracket? Bradford looking to rip through the 6-4. Oh, there are the fireworks at Bradford. They just, the budget is big. Say hello to Chase Phillips, just a junior. He'll be back next year. We were talking about these guys perennially good. He goes to the house, makes it 7-0. Still in the first quarter, another trip to the end zone by foot. How else are you going to get there? Jarrell Harris, another junior, 14-0. There's that offense. We know the defense. What about the offense? Can they score enough as they go deeper and deeper into the playoffs? It's going to be interesting to watch this defense match up with some of the big programs en route to a deeper run into the state playoffs. There's Harris again, by the way, into the end zone, made it 21-0. So we look at Bradford, and this is one of the fun ones that Sully likes to talk about. They are going to get the win, and they do get the win big. I think 49-6 it just said. They're the only team in 2A Region 2 for us. They're the top seed. Now, there's some friction here. Cavalry Christian, Cocoa, perennially good teams, certainly. But they could eventually, down the road, Sully, as we've been mentioning, play at Bowls if they both get through. Now, both getting through is not easy because I would imagine Bowls is a heavy favorite to get through. I'm not sure Bradford's as heavy of a favorite with all the friction they have in their bracket.
Yeah, it just sets up if they come out of there with the win and come out to face each other, it'll be semis. But remember, they reseed to semis.
Yes.
So it's not like it used to be in the old days. You knew, this region was playing this region champion. Not anymore. They come out and reseed them. So to me, it seems like if Bowles and Bradford, they may be 1 and 2, which means they wouldn't meet until the finals. Which would be sort of cool for us.
That would be really cool. And you like that, by the way, right? The reseed?
Yeah, I really like it because I think it gives you a better opportunity because sometimes you might draw your region, like we're Region 1 and Region 2 is not very good, and we know we're going to play Region 2, but 3 and 4 are really good. So I think it really makes it better for the Final Four in the state championship game.
We don't have all the other scores from around the area and some of these other brackets as well, but let's just take a quick peek through the bracket since we have another few minutes to get to. We're still going to hit a break probably, Brian, but we can do that right around 56-ish, 56:30 before we get out of here.
pulling away now, Brett. 27-7.
27-7.
Scored again.
Okay, so that's right here, Middleburg.
Going to fourth quarter,
Okay. Hey, again, I think it's hats off to the Bronx for hanging in. Probably had some chances. We have no idea how the game's going. That thing was tight until about 15 minutes ago in real time. It was a one-score game, and now Mainland. And I think that's what's been pretty impressive about tonight, Sully. Some of these teams that were maybe not blowing anybody out, that fourth quarter, the teams that are traditionally in it really put the gas down, didn't they? I mean, we see Mainland do it. We saw St. Augustine do it right from the jump. Rains did it in the second half. Bowles did it from the jump. Who was the other team that I thought did it pretty good? Oh, Trinity Christian. Like these teams that are used to being there, if they didn't jump out to the big lead, they weathered a little bit of a punch and then finished the teams off, which is always impressive. All right, so Creekside is out, so we don't have anybody left in 7A. In 6A, Nease is rolling. They go to Buchholz. We've talked about that one a little bit. What about Mander and Sully? They'll get Bryson Wright back. And then they play most likely Pace, I'm going to assume. I don't know what the score is out there, but what do you think about that matchup?
Well, Pace is sort of like a single wing team, and they're big up front. I know that. I talked to the D coordinator at Mandarin when I went out to practice the other day, and he said they're single wing, and they've got a couple monsters really good back. So that should be a pretty good game, two real powered offense. Pace, perennial power, perennial playoff team. Pretty well coached, so that should be a fun one. Mandarin's at home, so I'll give them the edge.
Meanwhile, here in 5A Region 1, Middleburg looks like they're going to get bounced out, but we could get Beachside, Ponte Vedra. Beachside already a winner. Ponte Vedra is up 24-17 at last check. And
I can't get anything on that.
Yeah, we got another. Yeah, you sound like you were getting some scores out of there, too. They went dark on you. Yeah,
all of a sudden, they were coming in pretty regularly, just sort of looking around and getting it, and then I don't know.
Sometimes that's bad news, isn't it? But we think that could be a really good game. I think it's a prime option. We'll have some discussion about it for Game of the Week next week, Beachside and Ponte Vedra. Columbia rolls. How about Columbia at Choctaw? It's been St. Augustine and Choctaw basically in this region that everybody's talked about. What do you think? Can Columbia go there with that young football team and pull an upset?
Well, I mean, they'll give anybody a game because athletically they can play with anybody. It's just going to be how Choctaw will attack them and wear them down. But and I don't think Columbia really a big a deal traveling. They're used to traveling. They played in Valdosta at Valdosta High. You know, they go to Lowndes and play. So I don't think that's going to intimidate. I think that's going to be a really good game too. So I think that bracket again is going to set up really top four teams are all probably the ones that should be there.
Yeah, and that going out to Choctaw is not as daunting as if you live in St. Augustine either. When you're out there in Lake City, Columbia.
Yeah, 100%.
So Ed White, St. Augustine again. It would probably these two games are up for our game of the week. It looks like next week we'll have to make a decision. And the one thing, St. Aug and Ed White, they're going to score it. We know that because they both scored. St. Aug scored 70 tonight. Sully said first time since 1944. Ed White has put up crazy numbers all year. In fact, they set the state record for points in a season. I guess it's hard to ignore how fun that matchup could be, but it also feels like there is potential for a little, St. Augustine to be a little bit lopsided in that, Sully. Is that fair or unfair to Ed White?
Well, I mean, I think it's fair, but we could be that Bishop Kenny Clay County game, 79, 60, 71, 69, or whatever it ended up being, because both these teams scored some points now. So that should be a fun one. I don't care. It's going to be might be the last guy with the ball wins that one.
Yeah, no doubt. That's a good call, by the way. 74-73 that one was, Clay, over Bishop Kenny. Speaking of Bishop Kenny in 3A, impressed. Good performance again. Now they'll get Bay or Godby. Not sure if you've heard anything out of there. Bay is the 2 seed. Bishop Kenny now has to go on the road if they're going to make more noise in the playoffs.
Yeah, remember, they'll be an hour behind us, Bay, so we may not get that. They may just be getting into like halftime.
Yeah, good point.
Over there, different start time on the other.
Like in Alabama,
Central
basically.
time, I guess. Yeah, Central time, yeah.
West Florida and Yulee, don't know how that one shook out. Yulee was making a comeback, but they had trailed the whole game. Reigns, obviously, the heavy favorite this entire region. And so is Bowles here, as we already talked about. And then one last one to make a quick mention of. 1A region, NFEI is out. Trinity beats Providence. Impact Christian beats Episcopal in a, I guess, seeding upset, if you will, minor one. And University Christian wins. Feels like University Christian, Trinity Christian on a collision course once again, Sully.
Yeah, and that'll be good for both those programs. Again, both of them sort of in a rebuilding year anyways this year. So, again, both of those teams have had real quality wins all year, especially down the stretch. They both played really well.
Hey, let's put a bow on this portion of our show. Again, just want to remind everybody, 10 o'clock, we'll go into our Action Sports Shacks 24/7 network studios. 10:30 Friday Night Blitz right out here. That's not on TV until like later tonight because of football. I think we got football. We have football or college basketball? Football. Yeah, we got football, yeah. So that won't be on until late. But you can watch it right here on the Action Sports Shacks 24/7 network. Full half hour until 11. 11 o'clock, we do our bands of the week. 11:15, another Blitz, which you can also see on CBS 47. And then we'll put a bow on everything and get everybody set up for next week of the postseason until midnight as well. But before we let Sully go and before we hand off to Action News Jacks at 10, right on actionnewsjacks.com, the surprise of the night is not necessarily an upset, Sully. I would say the surprise of the night is Nease in our Whataburger Game of the Week rolling over Oakleaf. Would you agree?
Yeah, 100%. We wouldn't be surprised if Nease won, but not the way they dominated. That's probably shocked anybody who picks up paper, follows high school football will probably be like, oh, are you kidding me? So, and it wasn't like there was a bunch of turnovers like Oakleaf turned it over a bunch. They just dominated them in the first half, 31-0.
Yeah, and Oakleaf, Nease still with the football here and has a chance to go in. They just got in again. So they just keep going. On point, by the way, just on cue. One last one for you. Are you impressed with anybody more than anyone else outside of Nease that won tonight? Whether it's a Bishop Kenny or I'm trying to find somebody that we wouldn't expect to maybe, or a Trinity, the way they're playing right now compared to earlier in the year. Anything jump out?
No, I don't think there was really many surprises except the domination of this game. As far as that, you shout out West Nassau getting the win, and they're going to go on the road into the villages and play, I believe, Delray American Heritage down there. My buddy texted me and told me that. But really, I think it sort of played out the way we thought it was going to play out. Big win for Impact. You got to give them credit.
Good point.
Big win for them. I think they did a nice job. It may come to an end next week, but that's okay. Building that program one step at a time.
All right, 3 teams put up 70 points. The Landover, Creekside, Brunswick now has 70. St. Augustine scored 70 points. And by the way, Bowles scored 63. So a lot of points on the board here tonight, the opening round of the playoffs. Action News Jacks at 10 coming up. We continue on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network with the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. So stay with us on actionsportsjacks.com, the social media channels as well.
Tonight from Nease. That's a scary team going forward.
Oh, it is. And what a matchup next week, though, in Gainesville at Citizens Field. Buellholz versus Nease. Both teams got loads of talent, man. It's going to be a great game in that one. And if Nease plays like this, it's going to be a tough matchup for Buellholz, even though they beat them pretty handily earlier in the season.
Yeah, but Tough to beat a team twice, and especially when they come in playing like Nease. And that'll do it for our coverage here tonight in our Whataburger Game of the Week. We will see you next week for round 2 on Action Sports Jacks 24/7.
All right, everybody, welcome into the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz continued. A little 5-minute break. Might have had a couple of pieces of Donatos. You get any yet, Chandler? Come on, man. You got to go take advantage of that. You got to go get some. Got to get like the cinnamon sticks before they go away, and everybody eats them.
Oh, I think I usually get a couple of those before everyone gets in here.
Good. You've earned it. Got to beat everybody to the punch. So we got Kevin Sullivan with us, Brent Martineau here, Chandler Dantzler. The guys done with the game of the week, which wasn't really a game of the week, as Nease wins over Mandarin 45-7, and it was a rout. It was all in the first half, really, for Nease. Yeah, we got you, Sully. Can you hear us? Maybe he can't hear us. Sully did he have a little beard going for you guys? A little goatee or something going for you guys on Monday?
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to fix this audio.
All right, you fix that. He says he can't hear us, but see what you can do. And in the meantime, I will share with you that we got word in between leaving the studio, coming to this studio, that 24-24 was the score between Ponte Vedra and Niceville. So Ponte Vedra, number 1 seed in that region in 5A, in a dogfight, in overtime, at home, over in Ponte Vedra against Niceville, came all the way across the state, basically, to play that game. And there's a lot on the line, obviously, for Ponte Vedra in that game. Survive and advance. It's a wide-open region, we all feel. So, while 8 against 1 be a major upset, I'm not sure it's a major upset, but obviously it would be an upset. And if Ponte Vedra can hold on, it might set up a potential game of the week for us next week in week 2 of the playoffs. Beachside did win, so they would either go to Niceville or go to Ponte Vedra. If they go to Ponte Vedra, it's definitely a candidate for our Whataburger game of the week. The other one is St. Augustine against Ed White. Both of those teams winning. St. Aug scored 70 points, 170-21. Sully had told us, keep giving him credit for it. That way I can blame him if I need to. It's 70 points, first time they've ever scored that since 1944, and that also could be our game of the week. That's basically what we're deciding between next week. And hopefully we get another or a better one than this week. We didn't see that one coming, and, well, it's not cheap to pay the FHSAA. So we want to make sure we get our money's worth on the game. Sully, I was just commenting. You got a little? Am I seeing this right? You got a little goatee going?
No shave November.
There you go. You're gonna grow that thing out, huh?
Yeah, I grow it out for a little bit till the missus gets mad at me.
I like it. Did you ever beard it up or stash it up on the sideline over the years?
04, we started 1-3, and I stopped shaving, and we won 7 straight.
Ooh, it works.
Yeah, actually we won 8 straight, and then we got beat.
All right.
We ended up 9-4 that year. So, and then
that was good.
Whatever.
Did I don't? I feel like you. I don't know if you told me the story or not. Did you ever have to shave your head or any of those kind of things?
So in 08, we won the district. We went 9-1. Oh no, we went undefeated. So I shaved my head. And so the next year, the kids like, Coach, we win the district. You going to shave your head? And I said, no, we got to go undefeated again. And then we did.
So you would have.
It was fun, though.
Yeah, those are always fun things, right? No doubt about it. I'm impressed that you remember the years of all that.
You want me to tell you what play we lost on and what?
I know you can. Probably more than the ones you can win on, right?
Yeah, definitely.
We talk about actually your your relationship with a lot of the coaches around here, and obviously you coach probably some of these guys that are now coaching too. So there is that. Do you ever over the years have you had reunions of teams, or is that too hard to do, especially in football? There's so many guys.
And a few years ago, we had a group of the Jackson kids get together, and we all met on a Saturday at, I think, Buffalo Wild Wings at Avenues. Probably about 25 of the guys showed up.
Oh, wow, cool.
So that was cool. It was good seeing some guys. And then 2 years ago, they had an all-class reunion on a Saturday at the field. and me and a couple of the coaches went, and so that was cool. That was a lot of fun, yeah. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
always
good stuff.
always good to get together with the guys and see what they're doing, and
Well, of course, that's easier now. I mean, you can check out Facebook or social, you can go find people a little bit easier. But it is fun. I got to believe that's one of the great parts of being a coach is to kind of see where these guys go in their life and being dads or being high school coaches now or whatever else. That's got to be a pretty rewarding part of it.
The funniest part is when you run into the kids, and they're telling you this, and this is my son. He's 8. He's playing Pop Warner, and then you meet their kid, and they always ask. My dad said he was a really good player, and I'd be, your dad? Yeah.
The truth comes out. That's awesome.
Funny, man. But no, it is one of the cool things about this, seeing, everybody knows like Leon Washington and those guys, but, being able to, the guy did 20 years in the services, retired, now he's come home and he's coaching Pop Warner somewhere. I got a kid at Rawlsville High School, the head coach, Rainier Rackley, that played for us, that played for a state championship last year in North Carolina. We stop and see him when we go to North Carolina, so we have a really nice relationship, but it's cool that way.
That's really cool. That's good stuff. That makes it worth it. Somebody in the chat says, what does Coach think of the Oakleaf coaching staff? And I know Coach really admires the coaching staff of Oakleaf. I think the Oakleaf coaching staff probably is not feeling great tonight. They a little shell-shocked, I would think Coach Foy is after that first half and after this game. I can't imagine. I know we didn't expect it. I really can't imagine he expected it to go down like that.
Yeah, I'm curious to find out if Nease changed a little bit offensively, because they looked a little confused defensively, getting lined up and some of that from what it looked like to me. I think those guys do a really nice job with their kids. But tonight, I think they got caught in a buzzsaw, and sometimes it happens.
Yeah, it does. And I said earlier on the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz, I think a critical part of that, it's a 3-0 game and it's a 10-0 game, and that's manageable. That's fine. You're getting the ball back, and then you have to punt it away, and you're in your own end, pretty deep in your own end, and they block the punt, and it lands basically in the end zone. They fall on it 17-0. That kind of feels like, oh boy, it's going to be that kind of night. That's tough to bounce back from. And then you look up and it's 31-0. So hats off to Nease, though. It's shell shock for Oakleaf, but that's a heck of a performance by the Nease Panthers. And we wondered how these performances would be. And I would say overall, we didn't have a lot of shakeup or a lot of upsets or a lot of, oh man, I can't believe that tonight, which means overall, outside of probably that Oakleaf game, I think everybody handled this bye week and the time off pretty well, and we're ready to play and got the job done, Sully.
Yeah, and again, it's like the second season, and so the coaches use it, healed up a little bit. Brent and James from St. Augustine, his hamstring's been bothering him, so that week was probably used. So basically, he got 2 full weeks off because you didn't play, and then you go the whole week and play on Friday. So, I mean, I think that's good for them and for them to be healthy. We don't know if PV's going to take care of their end of the bargain. You said it was 24-24.
Actually, we just got word in. It's 31-30. They win it in overtime, according to Max Preps. So 31-30, Ponte Vedra wins it in overtime, and they survive over Niceville. I don't know, obviously looking at a missed extra point or a 2-pointer for the win. Not really sure which way, but to survive that one, heck of a win for Coach Price and Ponte Vedra.
Yeah, and that sets up that big showdown, local showdown next week at PV with Beachside. And PV's going to be looking forward to a little revenge from the one loss they have early in the year.
Yeah, and again, we wondered a little bit about Beachside. Where are they at? They look like that's a nice win for them. 23-7 win today over Milton, and first time in this thing as a district champ, home game. And so it's been a nice 10 days, and now you feel pretty good. That can be a very prolific offense for Beachside. They have some really nice wins this year, including a win over Bishop Kenny as well. And if they get that offense going, Sully, they're dangerous.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think them playing on like Tuesday of last week probably helped them mentally, but they didn't really have a 2-week break. So they really, they probably played Tuesday, did Wednesday, Thursday, gave the kids off the weekend, and then they came back regular game week. So Coach Duffy's experienced coach, been around a long time, and so he probably was ready to have them ready to play, and good for them.
Yeah, good for them for sure. Chandler, did you just give me the Baldwin score? And is that right?
Yeah, Max Prep says 78-42 final score.
In favor of Baldwin?
In favor of Baldwin.
Now, when we got off the air, it was like 42-31, so the 42 makes sense. It was 42-31 in the second half. Baldwin was down. If that score is correct, holy cow.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been, what's that? Let me do my math, 47 unanswered?
Might be Max Preps is wrong, but
it could be.
somebody put it in.
You think somebody just put it in?
You know how we've had that before.
Yeah, and you can. Some of these are. Is Max Prep's fan reported
I'm gonna
like
text
score
the
stream?
principal at Baldwin.
All right, yeah, do that. We will have to confirm, but the 42 part adds up because again we saw the score 42-31. So we'll see if what happened in that football game, and that's a 5 versus 4 matchup, by the way, against Florida High. In that one, the winner gets Bowles there. So Bowles cruises. Some of the top teams in the area, if you're just jumping in, really cruised around pretty easy. Rains handled business. St. Augustine handled business, scored 70. 63 points for Bowles. They win big. Mandarin wins 42-14. Really no problem, even though they don't have Bryson Wright tonight. He was suspended because of being ejected after 2 unsportsmanlike penalties against St. Augustine a couple of weeks ago. So he couldn't play in this game. No problem for Mandarin. So those teams, those 4 teams specifically, we have talked about all year, and they have been really good all year, and they continue to be really good in the first round of the playoffs. And no surprise, you do get some blowouts in the opening round of the playoffs. That's not uncommon. We really didn't get a lot of fantastic games other than this Ponte Vedra one that was really neck and neck the entire night. Biggest lead was Ponte Vedra by 10 and went to overtime, and PV wins 31-30 over Niceville. The other score, and Chandler, I'm not sure if you got this score. Yulee was down 17-0, and then by the time we left the other studio, it was 24-16 that they were down. So not sure if Yulee was able to come back. They certainly made it a bit of a game, and we'll see how that one shakes out. So Trinity Christian with a big win tonight. UC with a win. So these 1 seeds, 2 seeds, most of them handle business. Ponte Vedra had to sneak by, but that wasn't a surprise because we said that 5A region is pretty wide open. So it's really like the 8 and the 1. It almost feels like the NHL playoffs, Sully. You can get whatever you're going to get.
And then Niceville's a perennial power. You know, they've been down the last 2 years or so, but they've come back. So they have a lot of tradition. They're used to traveling, being on the road. So they were going to be ready to play tonight. So good job for PV. If they stopped a 2-point conversion, but good job just getting a win.
And we mentioned, and you mentioned this, West Nassau wins over Fernandina Beach. That's in the semifinal. They'll play for a championship next week. And I think you said they're off to the Villages, right?
Yeah, they play at the Villages, and I think they're playing American Heritage at Del Rey.
Okay. Yeah, it was like 50 of those.
Max Preps has West Florida 24-16 over Yulee.
West Florida. Okay, and that's the score we saw, and that's the final score, Chandler?
Yes, sir.
So Yulee falls. Good comeback win. Coach Doherty, he's built a nice program up there. They had a good season, but they fall at home in the postseason. There was a lot of football up there in Nassau County tonight, wasn't there?
Yeah, some good games, too. Those 2 guys got after it. That was a great crowd. You know, that's what high school football should be about. 2 teams not very far from each other playing, laying it on the line. West Nassau got the win, and they get an opportunity to play one more week.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So Nease is our big winner with our Whataburger Game of the Week. I know you already answered this, but just for the folks jumping in, Buchholz is good, really good. So can Nease go there and pull an upset? Because as good as Nease has been over the last couple of years, it would be an upset.
Yeah, and I think they have a little advantage because, you know, they played and lost to them. And like I said, I think it was 28-10 in the regular season. So they played them. They're sort of familiar with them. And I think Nease has really been playing really well, especially defensively down the stretch. And so they gave up a bunch of points. So maybe they make some adjustments and go. But I wouldn't consider it an upset if they beat them. I would be surprised, but I wouldn't consider it an upset. But Buchholz is a really good football team now.
Yeah, just to go back to that stretch, when Nease started 4-0, and then they lost to St. Augustine 28-24, and then they lost to Buchholz 27-7. And then they bounced back from that by beating Bartram Trail, Atlantic Coast, and Tokoi Creek and shut them out in all 3 games. 3 straight shutouts, which is really hard to do. Then they whooped up on Beachside. Beachside did rest their starters in that game because it wasn't a game that meant a lot to them. And then look how they continue to roll. So, I mean, you're talking about a team that's ascending and playing really well, both sides of the ball. Nease, why not? Against Buchholz, we'll see if they can beat them. Now, Buchholz beat Oviedo 49-41 last night. How about that game? 49-41, if I have that correct. Is that right?
I have a true final on the Baldwin game. FSU wins that one 42-31.
Okay. So they were throwing up the wrong score in there. Thank you for checking that. 42-31. That was the score we had out there. And so Baldwin, it was a nice season for Baldwin. And by the way, I know it seems idiotic that they could have scored 78 points. Well, Baldwin scored like 50-plus points all year. So it wasn't idiotic. They could score 78 points, especially tonight. We had 3 teams in these games reach 70 points, and a couple others reached in the 60s. So there are a lot of points being scored. I know it seems unfathomable, but not really the case at all. I think Brunswick also hit the 70 mark up in Georgia tonight on the road. So does that surprise you, actually, Sully? You think people would be playing a little closer to the vest, and or does that not happen in high school? I mean, that's a lot of points.
Well, I think some of them were mismatched, too. I mean,
Yeah.
to St. Augustine, they scored punt return, kickoff return, interception return. That's how the games get away from you, and a lot of points get scored.
Yeah, no doubt. Meanwhile, back to that Buchholz story, just to see what they've done ever since that Nease win, 27-7. They beat Gainesville 44-0, beat Tokoi Creek 42-7, beat Bartram 50-16, beat Cardinal Newman 34-30, and then beat Oviedo last night in the playoffs 49-41. So that was a heck of a shootout. I don't know if we'll get that kind of game. I think, again, the way the Nease plays defense, they probably want to keep this scoring down, right, in this football game and do enough on offense, probably not getting a shootout with Buchholz.
Yeah, because I don't think that you want to get in a shootout with Buchholz. You'd like to be able to go. They're going to have to control the ball and score points, get first downs, eat up clock, and keep that Buchholz offense off the field.
Hey, a couple other things from tonight. Committed to the Uncommitted, presented by Nimnik Buick GMC, and that was Julio Santiago, who scored a couple touchdowns tonight for St. Augustine. So terrific timing for that. The wide receiver, special teams ace, yeah. And he scored a punt return touchdown and another touchdown. Had 7 touchdowns on the year going in. Under-recruited player, in our opinion. Wide receiver, shifty guy. And in today's day and age, seems like he would fit a lot of different offenses around college football. So you can go back and watch on this program at about let's see, that would have been about 2 hours into it or so. We did our Committed to the Uncommitted, talked a little bit more about Julio Santiago. We got Bradford versus Avon Park. The last score we had was 49-6 in favor of Bradford. And Sully, that's a team that we have a lot of respect for, Jamie Rogers and what they do. And this is just becoming the norm now out there in Bradford, where these early rounds, no problem, check it off, light the fireworks, and move on to the next round.
It'll be interesting to see if they're on a collision course with Newberry, or maybe Cocoa gets new life in the playoffs and does something, because that's interesting. Cocoa uncharacteristic 5-4 this year, but makes the playoff, perennial state champion. They know how to win in the playoffs, so that would be a big one for them. And again, Bradford will be at home, so that'll be a positive.
Yeah, no doubt that would be a big deal. All right, hey, man, we're going to get you out of here.
Right.
Hopefully you have a good weekend. Got a lot going on this weekend, and hopefully the Jags get a W. Are you coming up?
Yeah, I'm going to come up.
All right, good deal. We'll see you Sunday at the bank.
All right, buddy. Talk to you.
All right.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one. That is Kevin Sullivan. He is our Hall of Fame coach and analyst here on the Farah Friday Night Zone Blitz. And we are going in to do the Friday Night Blitz. And we're going to carry that right here. We're not on Fox 30 until like late tonight. So if you want to watch all the different highlights from around the area, plus we've got reaction bottled up in a half-hour show. It starts in about 3 minutes. And then 11 o'clock, we'll do the Bands of the Week. 11:15, we'll do a 15-minute edition of the Friday Night Blitz. And then we'll come back in here, recap the show, look ahead to next week. And somewhere in there, we're going to figure out what's going to be our next game of the week. So we'll do that all when we come back in just a bit. Friday Night Blitz right around the corner here on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 Network.
One thing I noticed is that when Chuck joined me, he challenged me.
You're going to be late.
Not as late as you. It's a natural thing between brothers, pushing each other.
Hey, it's one-upmanship. It's good for us, and it's good for our clients.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.
Ask a home inspector.
It's brittle, it's dried out, so the oil has left the shingle. I see a roof in this condition, I recommend using the Roof Max product instead of replacing it.
This 10-year-old roof does make sense for your product.
Yeah.
And we're going to apply some of it today?
Yep. The oil that will penetrate down to the shingles and bring them back to life.
And your product basically makes your old roof more efficient than a new one?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Mike Rowe. I'm Roof Max on the roof.
French toast nibblers or breakfast nachos?
Actually, I was thinking about heading out only because I want to beat the traffic.
The best part of the sleepovers the next day. I was going to throw the games on.
You're a Notre Dame guy. I'm from Texas.
Winners never compromise.
What?
Yeah. I mean, how can you call yourself a sports fan without Xfinity? You got multi-view.
The best college and pro games all in one place? I'm not going anywhere.
You ever tried pancakes and guac? You're about to. Yes, let's go! I got a little recipe that I can't tell you, but I think you're going to be happy.
The only way to make healthcare better for the people of Florida is to keep solving with health solutions that are more affordable and easier to access. And at Florida Blue, we want you to know how we're doing it. Providing support at our Florida Blue centers to help you get the most out of your plan. Making mental health appointments more available so you can be seen within a week. And offering plans that fit your needs and budget. See health solutions that are making healthcare more affordable. Florida Blue, your health solutions partner.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
If you're not smart, pests will sneak up on you. Turner is reinventing pest control with innovative smart technology that ensures 24/7 monitoring and early detection with non-toxic solutions. Visit turnerpest.com today to get smart.
The best thing about our First Alert weather app is the real-time radar. A quick look on your phone and you'll know if rain is in the forecast now or 6 hours from now. And you can track it right down to your neighborhood. Download the Action News Jack's First Alert weather app today.
We only have 30 seconds to tell you why Action News Jacks is the place to turn to when storms hit. The only team with every meteorologist certified to forecast severe weather, so you can plan your day with confidence. The only team to receive an award from the Florida Disaster Foundation for keeping our communities safe during hurricanes. And the most experienced chief meteorologist in Jacksonville, Mike Burrish, so your forecast is built around accuracy. Action News Jacks First Alert Weather. It's severe weather coverage you can count on. Sports Jack's Friday Night Blitz. Sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Tonight you have chosen to spend 3 hours of your life, of your finite lifetime, investing in a football team. But the question I have for you is, what are you choosing to spend your life? Because it's all a sacrifice. You are sacrificing.
I like the message right there, and hopefully you are willing to sacrifice the next 30 minutes and spend it with us.
Yeah.
Here on a playoff edition of the Friday Night Blitz. Brent Martineau along with Stuart Weber in the middle of 3 hours plus of high school football coverage in the middle of November.
And when it's the playoffs, we bust out the bracket board.
Oh, I love the bracket board.
We see the teams that are alive. We see the competition they must face to advance, including our game of the week. So let's jump into it, shall we?
The Game of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Oh, there you go. Like to set it up with that. Nease taking on Oakleaf in our Whataburger game of the week. First quarter, Panthers up 3. Aiden Pfeiffer takes off. And he's got a hole and a lot of green grass in front of him. 40 yards to the end zone. Nease goes up 10-0. So, okay, well, back and forth this game will go. It's supposed to be a dandy. But later in the first, Oakleaf trying to punt it away, and Damian Bridges recovers the blocked punt in the end zone, and the Panthers go up 17-0. Felt like a backbreaker at the moment. In the second, Braden Felder in motion, takes the handoff, and takes it down to the 7-yard line, pulling Oakleaf Knights with him. Later on, Pfeiffer runs it in himself and puts another 6 on the board. Easy up the middle, 24-0. In the second, how about we get an Oakleaf highlight in here, please? Or maybe not. Oh, handoff mishandled. The Panthers recover. Just nothing going the way. Just one of those nights for the Knights. And Pfeiffer would deliver again. What a night for him. And what a night for Nease. They look really good. They'll face Buchholz next. They win 45-7 in our Whataburger game of the week. Now, let's take a look at Mandarin. There you feel like they would make a playoff run, right? How about Bryson Wright? He was out for this game, suspended because he was ejected a couple of weeks ago, had to miss this game, and Mandarin's like, don't worry, we got you. We'll see you next week. That sensational sophomore. He was a good cheerleader on the sideline for runs like that and a touchdown like that. And the running game of Mandarin is underrated. For this guy, too, Shanquez Foster. Say hello to the camera. Yeah, or quiet to everybody else. No doubters for the Mandarin Mustangs, that's for sure. Foster a little bit later on. Watch this. He gets blocking way downfield. In fact, I thought they were about to block me, so I had to get out of the way. Yeah, Foster able to finish it off. He had a clear path to the end zone, and Mandarin takes care of business, 42-14, and they'll get Bryson Wright back next week.
So we look at the updated bracket, and here you go. Mandarin will be at home once again. Pace has defeated Evans, so Mustangs will play host to Pace, while Nease, tough task ahead. They got to go on the road to Gainesville, Buchholz. Those are your matchups next week in 6A Region 1. How about Ponte Vedra in a great test for the Sharks right off the rip with Niceville in town. The Sharks would trail this thing 7-3. Cole Rosendahl going to find Jack Berquist, loses his defender, and takes it the rest of the way. Ponte Vedra goes ahead 10-7. Then some defense. Talon Babin cuts off the pass, secures an interception for PV. A lot of the quiet signs today, Brent. A lot of talk out there on social media, probably. Niceville got it back. Big pickup, but there's a fumble. Ponte Vedra recovers. And how about this one? The Sharks and Niceville go to overtime, and it is Ponte Vedra who prevails. They win it 31-30.
What a win.
In overtime. Big win for PV.
All right, so Beachside taking on Milton in that same bracket. In the second quarter, remember the Barracudas, district champs for the first time, get a home playoff game, 13-0 lead. Eddie Jordan fires a long ball. Drew Watson, that's been a heck of a connection. Heck of a play by Watson there. And a big pickup. in the third now. Jordan, he's going to take it himself. Running it in, adds another 6 to the board. 23-7, Beachside able to get it done here on this Friday night and win the playoff game. Sets up a matchup with Ponte Vedra.
I thought the defense really came to play. They didn't run out of gas. They played really physical and fast. They kind of started getting a lot of momentum. Once they made some good positive plays, they kind of fed off that. Our kicking game was great. Owen Carey, who's our kicker, did an awesome job kicking in the end zone. Field goals, I think he had 3 field goals. Offensive line stepped up, did a good job. It was a well-rounded offense, defense, special teams game for us.
Well, so here's a look at the bracket now. You get Mosley at Mainland, and Middleburg really put up a fight tonight against Mainland, but couldn't beat the 2 seed. And then this side, is it a potential game of the week nominee for next week? I think it is. We'll have to make a decision, but you get Beachside going to Ponte Vedra, and they played earlier this year.
Now on to 4A we go. And before we head to Ed White High School, let's take a look at the journey to a scoring record. And look at this schedule. Commanders set a state record for the most team points scored in a regular season ever in the state of Florida. 537 points. It beats the 2013 Apopka Blue Darters by 8 points and 1999's Trinity Christian Conquerors by 9 points. 41 is the lowest number they scored all year. Remember that number?
Remember that.
Ed White looking to play out of this world against Pine Forest. You see, because there's an astronaut. That's,
very good.
Out of this world.
Halloween was a while ago.
They beat this team a year ago in the playoffs as well, did Ed White. How about a little Royal connection on the first big play of the game? King Boylston to King Mercer. It's a touchdown. Commanders take a 7-0 lead. Second quarter, same score. Boylston finding Rontrez Lloyd and, wow, airing it out there. Almost into the stratosphere for the astronaut. That's a deep ball for a first down. Let's finish the drive. Boylston to Tyon Tolliver. Ed White scores the touchdown. Commanders take a 14-0 lead. They go on to win 41-20.
That's all they scored?
That's it, right? That's it. That's all they needed. They only needed 21, but they get 41 and move on.
They're going to need more next week.
Yes.
Most likely. St. Augustine royalty in the house for the Jackets matchup against the Arnold Marlins. That's Austin Reed. Defense forces Arnold to punt. Julio Santiago, who we recognize tonight as a committed to the uncommitted. Well, he gets that bouncing ball, decides to scoop it up. Can be dangerous. Well, not this time around. That gamble paying off. Takes it all the way back for the touchdown. Yellow Jackets would score another special teams touchdown later to go up 14-0 before the offense even took the field. When they did, Brenton James finds Santiago over the middle, and there he goes again. A lot of speed with the Jackets, and speed is a good thing. Can't catch him. Sprints in for the score, 21-6. Special teams, offense. Hey, what about the defense of St. Augustine? Where are those guys? There they are. Marlins backed up in their own territory. Marquel Elmore comes up with the pick, and he's got the 6. Everybody doing the scoring tonight. 28-6 in the first quarter. Jackets with a 70-point effort. First time they've scored 70 since 1944, we're told. And they get the win big over Arnold.
Columbia Tigers hosting Tallahassee Rickards out there in Lake City. Rickards quarterback and receiver not on the same page on this play, but Quentin Callum is. He picks it off. Quentin Callum III, that is. That'll set up the Tigers inside the red zone. And Columbia would get it all the way down to the goal line when they decide to hand it off to Cameron Mills. He'll walk right in for the score. They scored early. They scored often. Columbia takes it 35-0, your final score. So this bracket set as well. The Tigers will head west to Choctawhatchee. Takes it down to Pensacola BTW. And there's that matchup. Ed White, St. Augustine, another really good all-local showdown.
Maybe the game of the week.
Very well could be the game of the week.
A year ago, the Reigns Vikings were the only local team to make a run to the state championship stage down in Miami before seeing their season end at the hands of Northwestern in the title game. Now hoping to make another run after another undefeated regular season and probably crown the best team in the area through that regular season. Undefeated Reigns taking on Baker County. Here we go. Vikings up 7-0. TJ Cole escapes the Wildcat pressure and fires right there, back toward the middle. Oh, nice throw, nice catch. Ethan Sherman's got it, and he scores it. I think he was almost pushed out at the 1. He must have really took his time there. 15-0 lead. In the second quarter, Wildcats driving. Keldon Dupree with a nice pass to a well-covered Hudson Hodges. There's a flag on the play, but I think it stood. Later in the second, Tyshawn Haynes for Reigns now finds the gap, and he pops off a nice run. He's been doing that all season long. You know, Baker County hung in for a bit. It was 22-6 early in the second half, and then Reigns pulls away. They get it done 43-6 as the top seed.
All right, let's head down by the river. Bishop Kenny playing host to Wakulla. And how about this big shift of momentum late in the half? After getting a defensive stop in the final 2 minutes, Crusaders would strike quickly. Gavin Hawkins to James Davis, just bouncing off of would-be tacklers. It would not be denied. Takes it in for the touchdown. Ensuing kickoff, and War Eagles lose the handle. Aiden Quinn there to fall on it for the home team, just like that. Bishop Kenny back in business. This is all in the final 90 seconds.
Wow, you like that.
Of the first half, right when I got there.
Got lucky.
Got very lucky. Couple plays later, Hawkins keeps it himself, walks it into the end zone. It was 29-13 at the half, thanks to those 2 quick touchdowns. Well, the momentum continued into the second half. Bishop Kenny wins it 43-19, and they are moving on. So, Bishop Kenny moving on. Reigns is moving on. Still looking for a final score from West Florida.
West Florida wins 24-16.
So, West Florida wins 24-16. They will play at Reigns, and Godby up by about 20 in the fourth quarter. So, good chance they'll score the upset there, which would be a home game for Bishop Kenny.
That's a big deal.
At last check, 48-29 in the fourth quarter. So that would be huge for Bishop Kenny to steal a home game.
Absolutely. Bowles hosting Walton, all Bulldogs tonight. No surprise. Xander Edwards breaks the ice for Bowles with a rushing touchdown. He goes 67 yards. Sensational sophomore season continues for Mr. Edwards, whose dad played in the NFL. Won a Super Bowl with the Patriots. You don't know that story by now. Then Jaden Weatherly with a pretty pass connection to Naeem Burrows for a Bowles touchdown. They have weapons everywhere. A little bit later on, it was more Edwards, his 4th of the evening at that point. Bowles with a lot of scoring, 63-13. They get it done as the top seed. No surprise in that region. And here's what that region looks like after Baldwin loses 42-31 to Florida High. So Florida High will visit Bowles, and I guess we'll see what happens out there.
Pensacola Catholic in command. That's going to be a running clock game. They will beat Bozeman and host South Walton on the other side of that bracket. How about more 2A? Because we have a team in Region 2 as well, and we got fireworks.
I love it at Bradford.
Literally and figuratively. We always say they have the largest firework budget in the state. No doubt. Here's Chase Phillips. Only a junior for the Tornadoes, which means you're going to have to deal with him next year also. Takes it to the house for 6 there early in the first quarter. Look out, camera guy. He got bopped by a coach there on the way. Still in the first quarter, another trip to the end zone. Jarrell Harris, another junior. He takes it in, doubles the score. Harris would then score again, and then Bradford would score again and again and again and again. You get the idea here. This was an 8-1 matchup, and well, the 1 gets 55. And is moving on.
All right, timeout time here on the Friday Night Blitz Playoff Edition. A busy 1A playoff contingent still to get to with a lot of local teams in that region, including Trinity Christian, who always seems to peak at this time of the year. Can they keep it rolling here in November?
We are the Nease Panthers, and you're watching Friday Night Blitz.
The Coach of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Hey, another fantastic year of the Friday Night Blitz. Each week honoring a top coach with a check for their athletic program, some TV time here on the Blitz. Later this year, we'll name our Coach of the Year, and they'll be one of the 32 finalists for the NFL's Don Shula Coach of the Year Award. So stay tuned for more information on that, in partnership, of course, with Whataburger and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Welcome back to the
Same
playoff
check,
Blitz.
by the way, every time. It's not different checks.
That's true.
Yeah.
Same check.
Same check
Right.
there. Well traveled. Made it around the year.
It made it through the season.
It did, yeah.
Hey, we covered 6A through 2A. How about the rest of our local teams?
Yeah, let's start with Impact Christian and Episcopal, all local matchup. The Lions leading this thing 7-0 in the second quarter. Elijah Caldwell-Hardy, the Michigan State commit, going to punch it in and make it 14-0 for the visiting Impact Christian Lions. Later in the second quarter, Eagles in the red zone. And this ball gets thrown up into the air, but it's picked off. And that is an interception. We'll see more from number 15 here shortly in this game. In the third, Elijah Caldwell-Hardy, again, this time to the outside, and this time he's gone. A much longer touchdown there for Hardy. Remember, going to Michigan State next year. In the fourth, Episcopal driving. But how about this pick six? From the end zone. And he's going to take it all the way. So that's another interception there for number 15. About as long as you can go right there.
100-yarder. Really, it was about 104.
Yeah, but I think they only count you for the 100, right? Taryn Lundy gets it done with 2 picks in that one. This game, all Impact Christian, they get the win, 36-0 with another pick six as a punctuation point. Here's Action Sports Shack's Olivia Tasley.
Well, Coach, what a night, a shutout win, and it's all about mid-November to end November football for you, right?
Yeah.
How does it feel tonight to know that you're getting another week of football?
Oh, man, it's great, man. To God be the glory, man. I'm just so happy for these young men and for our program and for everybody in the program. It's just a great win for our school.
Shutout win, 36, I believe it was at the end of it, correct?
Yeah.
36-0, and with 2 pick sixes in the fourth quarter. How proud are you of this defense?
Oh, man, our defense played great. We had a great week of practice. Shout out to our defensive coordinator, Coach Russell Flowers. He put in a ton of work with these guys, man. They flew around. They did it all week, so I knew we was going to come out here and play well.
I know there's a 24-hour rule, and that's what exactly you told to your players at the end of this game was like, hey, enjoy this win tonight, but tomorrow we're back at it, right?
Oh, yeah. It's the first playoff win in school history. We're going to enjoy it, but once Sunday hits, we're going to get right back at it because we know we'll have whatever our opponent is for the second round. I know it's going to be a tough opponent. I'm just ready, and I'm elated, and I'm just happy to be here.
You said they're making history already in the playoffs. Now you're on to round 2 with this team. What does this team have that they're going to be so successful for?
Grit. Tight knit. We've been through a lot of adversity, but we always stuck together, man. We got a lot of guys that came in and brought into the program. They trusted me. They trusted the coaches. If you can see, one of the players was talking about being at another school last year and then coming over here and just seeing the difference in the family atmosphere. I'm just elated, and I'm so happy for them.
Remember what we went through to get here, all right? Yes, sir. Because that first part of the season was ugly. And we remember that, right? Yes, sir. We do not want this to end. Everybody got me? Yes, sir. So do what you're supposed to do.
Trinity Christian knows all about November football, playing host to Providence. Conquerors needed just 3 plays to jump into an early lead. Micah Anderson, 15 yards to pay dirt, 7-0 for the home team. They were to get the ball right back. Terrell Dallas doesn't like anything on the near side as he takes a look. No. So instead he finds Chris Grissett. Trinity would double the lead. Defense makes a play right after that. This ball is going to be deflected, and Jakari Jackson able to get a hand under it for this interception. Really good pick right there. Nice play. But Providence would hold, but it is Trinity Christian who goes on to get the win. As you check out the final score, Conquerors pull away 42-16. So Trinity hosting Tallahassee McClay next, and Impact will go on the road to University Christian, who earns a win at home over Ocala Trinity Catholic.
Well, there you go. Just a 1-7-8 team in the playoffs locally. Creekside falling at top seed DeLand 70-21. So good district championship season. Tough game tonight on the road for the Knights. How about north of the border? Our Georgia schools also taking that extra week off to get ready for their run to the Dome. State championships in Atlanta in mid-December. And here we go. Brunswick hosting Winder Barrow tonight. Only home game for our 4 playoff teams in Georgia. And get ready for some points, like a lot of them. Late first quarter, Grant Moore, he's one deep. And what do you do if you're the defender against Hezekiah?
Nothing.
Nothing.
You can't do anything
Just
against
jumps up and get it. They would score another one. How about this? It was 30-7 in the first quarter, by the way.
Yeah, one quarter.
77 yards to pay dirt here to Wasim Murray. 54-30 at half. They put up over 70 points as well. Woo. 3 teams tonight.
78-30, the final score.
78.
By the way, Ware County and Charlton County, I saw both of them were in good shape. We'll have to get a final score for those. Glenn Academy falls on the road. How about Fernandina Beach taking on West Nassau? This is an SSAA semifinal matchup in the Atlantic bracket. In the second quarter, tied at 7, Ian Miller throwing a dime to Aiden Poe. Big pickup there for the Pirates. Nice gainer, sets him up later in the drive. And how about some defense? It was picked, trust me. That's an interception for West Nassau. We go to the third. It's still 7-7. How about Smo Green, number 21 for the Warriors. And there he goes, in for the score. West Nassau goes ahead by 7. We go to the fourth. And Skylar Freeman going to find an open hole, and this pretty much puts it away for the home team. West Nassau gets the touchdown. They get the win 20-10. Move on to the Atlantic State Championship game.
It's awesome. It's everything we worked for. Like we said last year they beat us in the playoffs, and that was the calling card for us. I'm really proud of my kids. Tied at half, we won the second half. That won the game.
And how do you feel like the defense played? That tip pick was
defense played fantastic. Last week we got in a little bit of a shootout. We struggled a little bit. This time I told the defense to answer the call. They answered the call. We got 2 big picks. We got some 3 and outs. But I'm just super happy for the defense. They came out on top.
The Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Well, no new Player of the Week with the playoff bye week last Friday, but the Jags officially announcing that this week Beachside's Eddie Jordan is the AFC South Latino Youth Honors finalist and headed to the Super Bowl. Very cool. Jordan has performed on and off the field this year for the Barracudas and is in the running for the national honor and a $25,000 scholarship. We'll be right back on the Blitz.
The Smart Play of the Week is brought to you by the FSCJ Manta Rays.
Well, how about Toronto Lundy? Jumps up and gets this one in the end zone. About halfway in the end zone, right?
Yeah.
Gets credit for 100 yards.
Yeah.
More like 104, 105, going all the way back. He had a couple of those. And they did in the fourth quarter. Impact Christian with a nice win. First win in school history in the playoffs.
Yeah, one of our teams moving on, as you take a look at the big bracket board here, we will have Impact at University Christian. All 6 of our 1 seeds all won, so they will all be home again next week. You talk about Beachside at Ponte Vedra, district rematch. Ed White at St. Augustine, lots of points. Get ready for that. Raines will be home to West Florida. Bowles will be home to Florida High. Bradford home again as well. And you have Trinity Christian playing host to Maclay. By the way, Brunswick, Ware, Charlton, all advancing up in the Georgia brackets.
And game of the night, Ponte Vedra wins in overtime, 31-30 over Niceville. Mandarin, big win. Nease now will go to Buchholz. That could be a good game. We'll see if they could pull the upset.
Yeah, we'll leave you with a little Band of the Week action here on the Friday Night Blitz. We'll be back at 11:15 with a little more.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
broadcast the game, actually.
Once again, let's hear for the Panther Regiment from Nease High School.
This is Action Sports Jack's Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Tonight you have chosen to spend 3 hours of your life, of your finite lifetime, investing in a football team. But the question I have for you is, what are you choosing to spend your life? Because it's all a sacrifice. You are sacrificing.
He's going deep there, Brian Braddock at St. Augustine now as we enter the playoffs. And good message, as always, from the coaches in the pregame speech.
It's the kind of speech that extracts a 70-point performance, by the way. That's what that is right
worked.
there. It worked.
Almost an infinite amount of points.
Yeah, that's right.
Welcome to the Friday Night Blitz. Brett Martineau, Stuart Weber, and here it is.
Yeah.
Starting, I think, with 23 teams in Northeast Florida, then the Georgia teams as well.
Half of the teams on this board lost tonight. That's kind of how that works.
That's kind of how it goes.
In a bracket every single time.
No ties.
Including one of the teams of Oakleaf and Nease in our Game of the Week.
The Game of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
So we got the Panthers taking on the Knights in our Whataburger Game of the Week in 6A regional quarterfinals. First quarter, Panthers up 3. Aiden Pfeiffer with a QB run. He's going to go 40 yards to pay dirt. Nease goes ahead 10-0. Still close at that point. But later in the first, it's Oakleaf back to punt, and it's blocked. Damian Bridges recovers in the end zone, and that's a huge swing right there, 17-0. Nease goes in front to the second. Braden Felder in motion, taking this handoff, and he's going to take it all the way inside the 10-yard line. Nice little added effort there at the end. Later in the drive, it's Pfeiffer taking it in himself. 6 more on the board for Nease. And a little bit of a stunner here. The Panthers.
Little bit.
The win isn't stunning.
No.
The way they win in dominating fashion, 45-7. That is a bit of a shock in our Game of the Week.
Mandarin hosting Crestview without Bryson Wright, suspended for the game because he had 2 unsportsmanlike penalties in the last game. No problem for the Mustangs, though. Bryson was a good cheerleader because he could watch plays like this. Kyrie Wilson breaks through in the first quarter. That touchdown run for Mandarin tied the game up at 7, and they weren't done. They recovered the fumble on a kickoff. Shanquez Foster, good again tonight. This touchdown run, he had another in the second quarter, too. 42-14, the final for Mandarin. So let's take a look at how this bracket shakes out. Mandarin will get Pace, and Nease, can they pull the upset at number 1 Buchholz?
Yeah, that'll be a tough one in Gainesville next week. How about a great test for Ponte Vedra right off the rip, hosting Niceville. The Sharks would trail this game 7-3, and Cole Rosendahl says, let's go ahead and change that. Finds Jack Berquist. He'll lose his defender, take it the rest of the way. Ponte Vedra takes the lead. Then a little defense. Talon Badman cuts this pass off, interception there. And how about it? Goes to overtime where Ponte Vedra emerges 31-30. They get the victory.
Beachside taking on Milton. In the second quarter we go. Barracudas, remember, they won that district championship home playoff game. And they're up 13-0 here. Eddie Jordan, a long ball to Drew Watson. What a heck of a throw and catch. Good stuff. We'll go to the third quarter. Here's Jordan. Takes it himself. And that would add another 6 to the board. Beachside with a playoff win, 23-7. And so here's what it looks like. Beachside and Ponte Vedra. Beachside beat Ponte Vedra earlier this year. Ponte Vedra survives tonight in overtime. Could be a dandy. Maybe even an option for our Game of the Week next week.
Yeah, how about Ed White? They are looking to play out of this world against Pine Forest. Ed White, the human being, was an astronaut.
There you go.
A commander. He was a commander.
Thanks for the background.
There's your mascot. How about this Royal Connection?
Program.
King Boylston to King Mercer. Touchdown, Ed White. Remember, they scored
Where did their royalty come from?
537 points this year. That's the most ever. How about Rontrez Lloyd? Little halfback pass. Finds King Mercer for the first down. It's Boylston who will find Tyon Tolliver for another touchdown. 14-0. Ed White matches their lowest output of the season, 41.
Shame on them.
And they win 41-20 to advance to play the winner of
St. Augustine and Arnold. Hey, that's Austin Reed in the house.
Yeah, national champ Austin Reed.
Yeah, NFL guy and legend at St. Augustine. Defense forces Arnold to punt. Julio Santiago has the ball bouncing around, picks it up. Maybe a little bit dangerous, but not when you do this. The gamble paid off all the way back for the score. Yellow Jackets would score another special teams touchdown later, and they were up 14-0 before the offense even took the field. And when it did, Brenton James to Santiago over the middle.
It was the pep talk.
And it was. And the infinite speed leads to infinite amount of points. 21-6. Special teams, offense. What's next? Well, how about some defense? Marlins backed up in their own territory. Look out. Marquell Elmore comes up with the pick. That was a nice play. And then he's headed to the house. Everyone scoring tonight. Jackets win big, 70-21. We're told it's the most points since 1944.
Wow. That's a long time ago.
History tonight on the show.
Columbia Tigers playing host to Tallahassee Rickards, and the Raiders quarterback and receiver not on the same page. Quentin Callum III picking it off. That would set up the Tigers in good field position. They get it all the way down to the 1 yard line and hand it off to Cameron Mills. He's going to walk in for the score. This all Columbia, 35-0. Tigers get the win. They move on. Then we'll play at Choctawhatchee. Meanwhile, Ed White, St. Augustine, all local matchup for a spot in that regional final.
Undefeated Reigns taking on Baker County in an all-local matchup. Vikings up 7-0. TJ Cole escapes the pressure from Baker County, fires to Ethan Sherman. Watch this. Oh, look at that. Nice job to elude. That's why he's our reigning Friday Night Blitz Player of the Year.
Just committed to FAMU.
And Sherman, he's like walking into the end zone, but I guess like the end of this play, he's almost pushed out. It was strange. It would add a 2-point conversion, 15-0 lead after all that. Wildcats driving. Keldon Dupree with a nice pass to a well-covered Hudson Hodges. That's a good catch. Way to lay out and make it. 43-6, though, is the final score. Reigns goes on to win.
On the other side of the bracket, Bishop Kenny hosting Wakulla down by the river. We got a big shift of momentum late in the half. Can't draw it up any better for a photog. After a defensive stop in the final 2 minutes, Gavin Hawkins and James, get off of me.
Look at him go.
Man, that's a man right there playing a boys game. Takes it into the end zone for the Crusaders. Ensuing kickoff, and oh boy, War Eagles lose the handle. Aiden Quinn falls on it for the home team. Just like that, Bishop Kenny back in business. Couple plays later, Hawkins going to keep it himself this time. No, that's not him. There he is. Caleb Addison, easy to follow into the end zone. And Hawkins gets the touchdown. 43-19. Kenny is moving on. And how about this upset? Godby beats Bay. So Godby is actually the 7th seed, meaning Godby will be at Bishop Kenny. West Florida will be at Reigns.
How about that?
Coming up in the next round. We'll be right back on the Friday Night Blitz.
The Coach of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Well, it was another great year on the Friday Night Blitz. Each week honoring a top coach with a check for their athletic program and some TV time here at the Blitz. Later this year, we'll name our Coach of the Year, and they'll be one of the 32 finalists for the NFL's Don Shula Coach of the Year Award. So stay tuned for more information on that. Of course, in December, we have our annual Blitzies Award Show. Welcome back to the Playoff Blitz. Brent Martineau, Stewart Weber. We covered 6A through 3A. How about the rest of the local teams?
Yeah, let's start with 2A. Bulls hosting Walton. It was all Bulldogs. Xander Edwards breaking the ice for Bulls. He'll take this rushing yard, about 6-7 yards or so.
I see.
Yeah, 67. It was 67 yards.
Yeah, there you go.
Then Jaden Weatherly, how about a pretty pass as he'll connect with the Clemson commit Naeem, the Dream. Burrows just running behind the defense. 63-30. We had some big numbers this week. Bulls, by the way, will host Florida High next week. They beat Baldwin.
The 9-1 Tornadoes of Bradford are looking to tear through the 6-4 Red Devils. Look at the fireworks in the background,
Love the fireworks.
man. That is a fun Friday night atmosphere out there in Bradford. Say hello to Chase Phillips, just a junior, so he'll be back next year. Number 11 in the house for 6, 7-0 Bradford early. And you know, when they put points on the board, that defense usually holds it up. Still in the first quarter, another trip to the end zone by Jarrell Harris. He's another junior, 14-zip Tornadoes. Second quarter, Harris would do it again, made it 21-0. They just kept scoring and scoring. 55-0 Tornadoes win. Bradford home again next week, which means more fireworks.
Yes, indeed. But up the budget for that. Impact Christian taking on Episcopal in 1A. Lions up 7-0 in the second. Elijah Caldwell-Hardy, he'll punch it in, makes it 14-0 Impact. Caldwell-Hardy going to Michigan State. Later in the second, Eagles moving the ball until this ball is lofted and picked off in the end zone. Taron Lundy. Why didn't he take it all the way for a touchdown? Foreshadowing. We'll get to that a little later. In the third, how about Elijah Caldwell-Hardy again? And he's going to score again. Big touchdown for the Lions. 36-0. We may see this game again in our Play of the Week in just a bit.
Remember what we went through to get here, all right?
Yes, sir.
Because that first part of the season was ugly. And we remember that, right?
Yes, sir.
We do not want this to end. Everybody got me?
Yes, sir.
So do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, Trinity Christian knows all about November football, playing host to Providence. Conquerors needed just 3 plays to get to the end zone. Micah Anderson going 15 yards to pay dirt. 7-0 for the home team. They really poured it on in the second half of this game. Trinity Christian goes on to get the win over the Stallions, 42-16.
NFEI at Tallahassee McClay. Eagles looking for some momentum when Sean Billings gets a big interception. There you go. Jordan Robinson for the Eagles runs past the Sea of Blue. It's 29-18. McClay still in the lead. McClay goes on to win 39-18.
So you look at the bracket, McClay at Trinity Christian. It'll be Impact at University Christian.
The Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
But no new Player of the Week with the playoff bye last Friday, but the Jags officially announcing this week Beachside's Eddie Jordan is the AFC South's Latino Youth Honors finalist, headed to the Super Bowl. Good for him. Jordan has performed on and off the field this year for the Barracudas and now is in the running for the national honor and a $25,000 scholarship. We'll be right back.
Play of the Week is brought to you by the FSCJ Manta Rays.
Showed you Taron Lundy's first interception. Well, how about this one a little later on in the game? This in the fourth quarter, deep in the end zone, gets the pick. He's got a blocker. He's taking it all the way. The full length of the field for a pick six. 2 long pick sixes for Impact Christian. They beat Episcopal. By the way, we wanted to give one shout out. West Nassau gets the big win 20-10 over their rivals from Fernandina Beach in the SSAA Atlantic semifinals. They're on to the championship game.
They will play in the championship next Friday night
at the Villages.
Yeah, we're moving on to week 2.
Yeah, we'll see you next week.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Welcome to the Friday Night Zone Blitz. I'm the only one in the studio right now. Just got back from the Panthers Den or the jungle, whatever they call it over there. It was an amazing atmosphere over there as well. And just what a shocker in that game. Nease Oakleaf, the 4 and 5 seed in the 6A region. I thought it was going to be a close game. I thought it was going to be a back and forth kind of juggernaut type of matchup. But the Panthers just came in with just a big time chip on their shoulder, and they gave it to them, man. I cannot believe how much of a blowout, how much they controlled that football game. They played good in all 3 phases: offense, defense, special teams. I mean, they couldn't have really done anything better. I mean, other than guarding maybe one fade ball at the end of that, that's the one time Oakleaf scored. And literally, other than that, it was all Nease. They smothered them in every way they want on the O-line. Their receivers blocked well. They caught well. They made big plays through the air. Aiden Pfeiffer ran for 3 touchdowns. Aiden Pfeiffer looked like a dual-threat QB out there tonight. And, man, what a game by him, and just what a game by the Panthers today. Very impressive out of that group, and they're riding high going in to this Beeholes matchup next week. What's your thoughts, Noah?
Yeah, I'd say so. That was an impressive performance from the Nease Panthers. You go out there 45-7. They beat them better. They beat them worse than whatever the word is. They beat them more than Bowles and Mandarin did. They went out there and dominated that game, and we weren't expecting that. We were expecting that to be a tight ball game, a highly contested game. Emotions were running high. Nease had never beat Oakleaf before in school history. They beat them and then some tonight. And I think that's a team that we were talking with Colin Drass before the game. And he said when this offense is clicking, they're better than last year.
Yeah.
Which is a huge statement they were great tonight. They punted once in the first half, a little more in the second half when they were being more conservative. But the way they moved the ball with ease against a defense like Oakleaf was impressive. And we all know how good that Nease defense is.
Oh, yeah.
They showed up tonight. They dominated the line of scrimmage. They allowed one big run. That's it. That's it.
Yeah. I bet you they hold them to like less than 2 yards per carry. I don't even know. Like they couldn't run the ball. But
I bet that with that run it was a little higher. But I'm telling you that there might not have been more than 2 or 3 runs that went for more than 5 yards.
Yeah, and thoughts and prayers to Buck Coleman. We're hoping he's all right. He had to get out of there in the ambulance. We're really hoping that young man's all right. He's a very key player for Oakleaf. They love him over there, and that was a scary sight. So we're thoughts and prayers for him, and we're hoping he's okay and
absolutely
they can figure that out in the hospital tonight.
Yeah,
but yeah, great player, and he played good when he had that big run as well, and had a great season. So yeah, just again thoughts and prayers for him, but.
Yeah, and for Oakleaf, nothing to hang their head about this season. Not the way you would have liked it to end, but that's a group that went out there this year and put together one of the best regular seasons in Oakleaf history. Finished 8-2, their best regular season finish since 2015. They would have liked to make a run, but that's a tough region. That's a tough round 1 draw, and still a lot for that Oakleaf team to be proud about from this season.
Yeah, I agree. They got some big wins in the seasons, and mentioned it many times in the broadcast. That win over Ed White, That win over Ed White.
It's that hot chocolate.
It's a hot chocolate, man. Hey, shout out to the Nease in the hospitality over there in the jungle. That was very nice. Gave us some burgers at half as well. We fed Daniel Hawk.
Shout out Daniel Hawk as well for his camera work this season. Yeah, you know what? We're getting way off track here. I forget what you were even talking about right there. But I'm going to start talking about burgers. And burgers at the stadium. We like trying to get a burger every single week.
Oh, yeah.
Next year, when we do this, Brody, we're going to be rating stadium burgers every single week. We're going to start that series. Because Nease would have been number 1 this week.
I was about to say, we're going to start the series by going, the threshold is Nease. We're not going to rate out of 10. We're going to do it Dave Portnoy style. We're going to rate it in decimal points. Not that you guys really care, but I think it'll be a fun segment.
We're talking stadium burgers too.
Yeah. Like this ain't no top of the line burger place. No, nothing like that. Ain't no Guy Fieri, nothing like that. But yeah, we're gonna rate some high school stadium burgers. We're happy. We got a bunch of plans for next year. I mean, we don't got to get into it right now. We got a big playoffs and a lot of playoff games to talk about. But next year, we're really excited about what all we're gonna do, and that's
and it all starts with rating stadium cheeseburgers.
Yes, and it ends with it too.
Yeah. But no, appreciate Nease for the hospitality tonight and the hot chocolate. That was a game changer out there. And then, obviously a big time win for the Panthers. They have a lot to talk over. They have a lot to look forward to, and they seem to be a big time threat. I'm really excited to see how they match up with Buchholz next week. Another big game to talk about. This might be the best 1 through 8 bracket in the state. Is 6A Region 1, but also 5A Region 1. And we saw a 1-8 matchup tonight in Ponte Vedra and Niceville that did not disappoint. It goes to overtime. The second straight year these two teams have met in the playoffs, and the second straight year it gets decided in overtime. Last year it was on a failed 2-point conversion. This year a blocked PAT.
Wow. And there was a lot of chatter before the game. I forgot on what post, but I know PV players and their barstool is all over everything, and they were chatting back and forth with some Niceville players and whatnot, and it was a big time game. I bet it was a very great atmosphere in that Shark Tank. A playoff game in the Shark Tank is always fun, and there's some bad blood from last year with Niceville. They wanted to get that win, and they went in there and did it by any means. I bet you that was a complete scrap to the finish. Would have liked to see that game as well, but we were at the Panthers, the jungle, so couldn't watch that one, but I'm sure it was a blast. I saw Jack Burquest had a touchdown, took a hitch to the house. Cole Rosendahl and that Sharks offense still riding high, putting up 31 points against Niceville. Niceville is usually a good defense, not too informed of how good they actually are, but I heard they're a very scrappy team and still a solid unit this year.
Yeah, and going back to 6A, Mandarin with a win over Crestview. Crestview, they struck early in that game, but Mandarin able, even without Bryson Wright, to dominate in that game. And we're getting where we have the 6A Region 1 bracket here that's updated. We can take a look at this. All the top 4 seeded teams advance. Brody, 2 very good matchups we're looking forward to next week. And I'm looking, it's tough to look 2 weeks away from now, but I would love to see Nease and Mandarin face off for a trip to the Final Four.
Oh, yeah, I mentioned that on the broadcast as well. I mean, I remember Travis was getting interviewed for that Chevrolet Instagram, and the interviewer asked him, like, what's a dream matchup for you? And Mandarin was brought up in one of that, and I'm sure Travis was more thinking about scheduling it, but now it could be a playoff region decider to begin the Final Four.
How often have we seen that in high classifications? 2 local teams meeting like that.
It's definitely a rarity. Like my year, I played Bartram. Maybe not in the regional finals, but the semifinals. But we didn't make it a game at all. That would Mandarin Nease, though. That will be a good game. Even if not, Buchholz Mandarin would be great too.
Yeah, Buchholz, that's a big time team over there in Gainesville. Gauntlet every year. They now got another Whittemore at quarterback.
I mean, how many of them do they got?
How many? Yeah, and they're all damn good athletes.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, that's a team that is always dangerous. They competed and beat Nease this year by 20 points, and that's a game that Nease, they're walking off the field. They're already talking about their revenge. They say they're not going to let that happen again.
Yeah.
They're fired up, and this is going to be a different Nease team than they saw at that point of the season. This offense, this whole team is clicking from defense, special teams, all around. That's going to be a great matchup, I think, next week. Pine Forest Ed White was the game I was watching, and at halftime it was 20-12.
Yeah.
Ed White pulls away in the second half, put up 40 points again because it's business as usual. But next week, we're getting Ed White St. Augustine, and that is going to be a fun matchup.
Oh, my gosh. That's going to be a shootout.
Is St. Augustine going to be the team to keep Ed White under 40 points is my question.
If there's anybody to do it on their schedule and who they played so far, it would be St. Augustine. But at the same time, it's not like St. Augustine's defense has just been an absolute stout unit the whole year.
Like I'd argue that Oakleaf's defense has been better.
Yes, I agree. St. Augustine's defense let up 41 points to Riverside.
Yeah.
And Riverside's not a bad unit on offense, but just for that caliber of what you think they should be, that's just not as good a performance you would think. But they've been scrapping it together towards the end of the season. I mean, holding the Mandarin to the points they held them in that game was pretty impressive as well.
Yeah.
So St. Augustine's defense is definitely, in my opinion, at this moment might be better than what Ed White faced when they played Oakleaf. But Oakleaf's defense, Ed White put up how many points on them?
41.
It's going to be a shootout in St. Augustine.
Yeah,
should be
and
fun.
that's a team in St. Augustine. They put up 70 points tonight. 70.
Who else put 70 points up tonight? I think when they're
DeLand
on our nights, man.
But we can take a look at this 4A bracket here and how this shakes out. Chandler, we got that. Hey, there we are. Rickards is out. Pine Forest is out. Pensacola, Washington is out. Arnold, see you later. And we've got 3 local teams in the Final Four in that region. Columbia, Ed White, St. Augustine. Ed White, St. Augustine, I think, is the matchup to watch next week. That's going to be just those 2 teams matching up is... I'm excited to see how that shakes out. Is St. Augustine's defense going to be able to hold them under 40? And is St. Augustine's offense going to be able to score with that team? I think it's no secret. Ed White's defense has not been very good this year. So we're gonna get a matchup next week, and we're gonna get 2 of the best quarterbacks in the area. They'll be in my opinion, the 2 best returning quarterbacks.
Yeah, I
next
agree.
Year. Matching up with a trip to the regional finals on the line. That's gonna be a great game.
Oh yeah, Ed White, St. Augustine. Man, that's got a lot of firepower around it, and both offenses, two of the best in the area. Like you just mentioned, two really solid QBs. Not solid, they're great, and they do a lot of good things. And they're both dual threat athletes or dual threat QBs that can throw the ball and run the ball just as good as about anybody in the state. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's going to be a great game, and it's going to be a question of can Ed White's offense just keep up. Honestly, it's can Ed White's offense keep up with St. Augustine's, because St. Augustine might not get stopped. They might not. Like it might take just who can get one stop in that game. That might be the whole storyline around it.
Yeah, Stuart Weber joining us now. Stuart, you
old school arena. Last team that had the ball is going to win. No defense, just points on points on points.
Who knows?
That's fun to watch. It's fun to watch.
I will say for Ed White, they normally find a way to
Not if you're Arnold. You saw 70. You saw 70 going on the board today. You're like, oh. By the way, we had some numbers today when it comes to points being scored. A couple hit 70. Brunswick hit 78. They put 78 on the board.
Isn't the Florida record 7? No, it's 86. That was a couple years ago.
Brunswick had 54 at the half. 54-30 was the score at the half.
They got some firepower.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Who are they playing?
They played Winder Barrow. Up in there.
Winder Barrow.
Oh, the old Winder Barrow, that team. Yes,
I know them.
It is funny. We do know we do know a little bit more about like some of the opposing. We don't know all the opposing teams in Florida, but we definitely don't know all the opposing teams in Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them will pop up on the list, and I'll even be
we're
like,
talking about Winder Barrow here.
hey man, I had to put a pronouncer in there to make sure we get it right, and didn't put like Winder, Winder Barrow. Up there, I think that's in the Atlanta area. When in doubt, you just say it's in the Atlanta area.
Did they score any against Brunswick?
They did. I think they had 30 at the half.
Oh my goodness!
I didn't see what the final was, but
has that game ended?
Yeah, it did end. 78 points for Brunswick in that one.
Wow!
So big win for them. By the way, Brunswick, Ware County, and Charlton County all winning in Georgia. So 3 of our 4 Georgia teams moving on to the next round, which is pretty exciting stuff for them. But yeah, like I said, 70 from St. Augustine. Bowls, I think, had 63.
Yeah,
63 on the board for them.
63-6 final, if I'm not mistaken.
It might have been 63-13.
Max Prep says Brunswick won 78-30.
But yeah, like just points left and right.
Wow.
Go figure. And I got to say, shout out to Bishop Kenny.
Oh yeah,
hooking me up with highlights at the exact right time. It's so hard to time your games, right? And I was resigned to the fact, because I stayed till early second quarter at Trinity Christian, and it started at the same time as Bishop Kenny's game. I'm like, all right, I'm going to get stuck at halftime. I'll edit my highlights on my laptop there during halftime, so that'll be sent into the office, and I'll get ahead of it. I walk in, like 1:50 to go in the half. I'm like, this is well for me. And sure enough, they get a stop on defense. Coach Krause calls that timeout. I'm like, yeah, I'll get one. I'll at least get my highlights started here. Maybe I get one touchdown. They go 57-yard touchdown, fumble the kickoff return, does the other team, McCullough. Touchdown 3 plays later. That's 3 highlights. That's Stewart out the door. And so, like, I'm going out, and I see the ladies who had just checked me in, like, 2 minutes earlier. And I'm like, well, they gave me a couple touchdowns. I'm good to go. I'll see you guys later.
Did you find Marcel's tripod out there?
I didn't find the tripod.
Thing's been missing
we
since
missed
week
that tripod. It's a solid tripod.
By the way, Bishop Kenny gets another home game. That is one of the upsets of this this next round, as 7th-seeded Godby knocked off 2nd-seeded Bay. So Godby takes down Bay, which means the 7th-seed Godby will now play at Bishop Kenny.
On the river.
Crusaders down by the river, in a van down by the river. They get to host in the next round.
We got that reference. I think both of us got that reference.
You got that
SNL.
There you go.
Chris Farley.
Yeah, Fat Man
Farley.
Coach.
I was going to say McFarley.
Yeah, good old Chris Farley. Good stuff. So yeah, how you guys doing? How was the game of the week? Sorry, that happens.
You know what? Like, I don't think anyone saw that.
No, absolutely not.
And honestly, like, that performance was fun to watch.
Yeah.
It was fireworks, and it was an impressive performance from Nease. Great environment. I gotta tell you, I got chills from that entrance. The crowd all on their feet, everyone going crazy. They had a sweet hype video going with the Panther, and then it would transition to like a player running. And then the smoke. That was one of the best entrances I've seen in the area.
Oh yeah,
Welcome to the jungle.
Yeah, beautiful.
And then just an impressive performance out there. We've already covered it plenty.
Do they call the jungle? Do they ever call it the Panthers Den? Or that just is that
You're
something
thinking of the Tiger Den from Colombia?
No, I'm not at all because I didn't even know that's what they call it. I think I just made that up in my mind.
Maybe
because I've said it multiple times.
I think the jungle's
better. It's I like that a lot.
Here's the thing: you can call it whatever you want. If you have a cat-like mascot, you could
Panthers
jungle. If you're the Jaguars, you could be in the jungle. You know, there's a lot of teams that reside within.
How about the Amazon?
I mean,
swing and a miss.
I mean, yeah,
we'll be right back.
It's different.
You're really you're pigeonholing yourself into one specific jungle.
Yeah, but
you'd have to have like a specific.
Cool
yes, it is.
It is the most known jungle.
It is. You'd have to have a very specific team that only exists in the Amazon or is well known for being in the Amazon.
That's like saying macaws. That's like saying Bishop Kenny on the river. That's like saying the Nile River. It's like the same type of thing. It's like because they're not there.
I'm just trying to think of something different because I feel like it's all the same.
It is good to think of. Now, I will say one cool thing is seeing new mascots pop up that you're like, oh, I didn't know that was a mascot for like some of the teams like in the Panhandle. Like you'll see the Dolphins was one that we saw tonight, and like, okay, cool, we got a Dolphins out there. You see some of the Marlins. I think Arnold was the Marlins.
Marlin
is it Mosley? Is it Mosley the Dolphins?
I believe it was the Dolphins.
Yeah.
As Chandler popped up the graphic there, Mosley. Moving on, they'll play Mainland. There you go in the next round in the 3-2 matchup, and you got Beachside. I do love the Barracudas. I thought that was a good
name.
I feel like nowadays, anytime you have a new school, there's pressure. There's pressure not to be the Panthers, the Tigers, the Wildcats, the Bulldogs.
Yeah,
you can't be something that everybody is. You have to come up with something unique, and that's good. That's important. That's helpful.
I like the Toros.
Yeah, I was about to say Tokoi did a good job too.
Those are the two newest schools in our area. Well, two of the three in Tokoi Creek with the Toros, Beachside's the Barracudas, Kitbold City the Greyhounds. They're one of the newer teams as far as athletic programs go, and they're on their campus is on an old Greyhound track, by the way.
Wow,
that's why they're the Greyhounds.
That's actually that's like some nice tradition right there. That's pretty cool.
Well, I don't know if Greyhound. That's like dog racing, right?
Correct. Yeah.
I don't know if that's great tradition.
I mean,
there's just history.
Yeah, you like the dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people adopt those dogs too now that they've moved away from the live greyhound racing.
Yeah.
And so people now adopt those dogs and have them as pets. It's great.
Yeah.
And then we did have a little educational moment today on the Friday Night Blitz for the people at home.
Let's hear it.
We saw the mascot for Ed White.
Oh, we saw the
little astronaut.
Yeah, I need that actually. I don't know why they do it.
The Commanders.
So they are the Commanders because that was the rank that Ed White achieved in the military, was a commander.
Okay.
And he was also a
astronaut.
I did not know that.
Ed White was an astronaut.
Apollo 11, right?
I could not tell you the exact
or Apollo 8, whatever.
I actually did
if
not
I went down a rabbit hole.
Whichever one went to the moon.
A couple of them went to the moon. If you believe that sort of thing.
I don't believe it. I don't think.
You know what? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
But yeah, so Ed White, the Commanders, a unique mascot, and they have a little astronaut guy who managed to show up in the background of every one of our highlights.
I saw it.
I was like, how'd you get in the background of that one? He was like in line for like nachos or something, and sure enough, there was in the background of the highlight. I'm like, yes, the Commander.
I've never seen a mascot in line for food before.
They weren't. I was just kidding. They're just walking in the background. But yeah, shout out to Ed White, scoring points.
I'm Beachside Ponte Vedra, what do you think about it?
I'm excited about it.
Yeah,
I think Ponte Vedra has been a different team since that time. So is Beachside. Beachside caught them at a good time and pulled off what many would consider to be an upset.
Yeah.
In the regular season, can you do it again? Now you got to do it on the road. You got to do it at Ponte Vedra against a team that's going to be fired up. They're going to be motivated to not let that happen again.
And they're playing some really good football.
They're playing really good football. Although they had to go to overtime to win here tonight.
That's not your typical 8 seed, though.
It is not. No. Niceville is. They got the chops, as we like to say.
Yeah.
And they played a really hard schedule, which is why they dropped.
And
to that
they had
8
a
seed.
lot.
They won the region last year, by the way.
They had a lot go on during their season too.
Yeah.
That was off the field. It's a team that had recovered a lot from that and was playing really good football going into the playoffs. They got some nice wins. That was not your, run-of-the-mill 8 seed. That's a team that is a very capable team.
Our 1 seeds, by the way, go 6 for 6. They all win, so they'll all be home again next week.
Nice.
And if they win next week, they'll be home again the following week.
Yeah.
Big part there. I know we were talking a little bit about Ed White, St. Augustine as that big matchup. I think it's probably, for me, Beachside Ponte Vedra. I think that's probably the biggest game of the week next week, if you're asking me.
Let's take a vote.
Let's take a vote, Chandler
Let's
says.
take a vote for game of the week.
I mean, you could take a vote if you wanted to.
In the end, he's the one who decides. We go where Stewart says.
I mean, we're going to cover both to the full extent. So,
Yes,
that is the nice thing this time.
Because you get that coverage with Action Sports Jacks and
That's
Action
right.
Sports Jacks 24/7.
That's right. So this time of year, we have that ability. We have that power. I'm trying to look and see how many home games we have this week. This is round 2. We got a few eliminated, but we didn't get a lot of them.
I was about to say, I'm like looking at the scores. I'm like,
Chandler's
wow,
904 picks worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Minus a couple.
Just not the Creekside
And Middleburg.
I tell you this, I
And
thought
Ballroom.
Creekside would have done a little bit better defensively in that game. I mean, none taken. DeLand's a great team, but I just thought they would have.
10 Florida teams will be home next week.
Nice.
Wow.
Jeez.
Only 10 in all of Florida?
Our Florida team.
Yeah.
904.
Our Florida team. And Brunswick will be home again as well in Georgia, is what I mean when I say Florida versus Georgia team.
What's up with Camden County? You haven't said anything about them, have you?
No, they got a new coach.
Yeah.
They fired their coach earlier in the week, and then they hired a new coach like 2 days later.
Wow.
Did they not make the playoffs?
They didn't make the playoffs.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No. So yeah, they went 1-4, I think, in region play,
Mhm.
in the hardest region in the state.
Oh,
Didn't they beat Brunswick?
They did. They sure did. Really good team. But when it comes to the Valdostas, Lowndes, Colquitt counties, Richmond Hills,
That's tough.
those are the teams that they need to compete with and beat. And so they decided to make a move. Moved on from Travis Rowland, who'd been there a couple of years, 2 years now. And they went to John Lindsay, who was the defensive coordinator under Coach Jeff Herron, who won the state titles back in the aughts, the 2000s, the aughts, the 2000 something. Yeah, back in the day. Right before I got here, when they won their state titles. 08 and 09, I think they won, or 07, 08, something like that. So they go to the former defensive coordinator who knows the program, and he came back when Herron was back a couple of years ago as well. So Camden County, I think they kind of knew who they were going to when they made the move from Rowland.
Yeah.
When they moved on from Rowland, I think they were pretty clear in their mind that
Well, if you make the hire 2 days later.
it didn't exactly go on the posting board. He sent in his No, they knew this was happening, and so they made that move.
So Lowndes and Valdosta, they're still in the playoffs. I mean,
They're not in our viewing area.
I know, but I was watching some highlights of that game happened.
I'll say yes.
They that game, unbelievably packed, and it was loud both sides.
Oh, you go to a Lowndes football game.
I've never been. I'd love to. I might
haven't
even just
been to
go
a-
as a spectator one day.
I haven't been to a game there, but I've been on campus.
Yeah.
And because I've been there covering baseball.
Okay.
And their baseball is absurd. They got one of the best locker rooms.
Lowndes won tonight.
Lowndes won tonight.
I'm looking at your teams from the region, the teams that Camden County has had to play against, and 3 of the 4 teams advanced. So Valdosta beat Decula 56-28. Lowndes got the win 37-16 over Collins Hill. Colquitt County took down Mill Creek 35-17. The only one not to win was Richmond Hill because they had to play Buford.
I want to go back to Lowndes, though.
Shout out to the Wolves.
I want to go back to Lowndes. I've been
My
in their
parents live in Buford, by the way.
went in their baseball locker room. Their baseball locker room might
crazy.
be the best in the country. You go in there, they got multiple vending machines. They got a PlayStation. They got an Xbox, a pool table.
In the vending machines?
They got giant TVs, great couches, full locker room, and then they got foosball as well. It's absurd. That's their baseball. Then you go in, they got a $10 million indoor football practice facility that the band uses. I don't know, or maybe that's Colquitt County where the band uses, and their coach doesn't like it.
I think you talking about Lowndes, right?
Yeah.
I think it's either Lowndes or Valdosta has like an indoor facility. I think it's Lowndes. I think because I
I've
feel like
been
I've
to
heard
Lowndes.
that before.
I've been to Lowndes.
Well, you just told me you don't know if they have an indoor
No, I'm
stadium
talking
or not.
about Colquitt County has one as well, but I don't think their coach likes it.
Oh, okay.
So lets the band use it.
Yeah.
Probably about right.
And then yeah, they got the giant football stadium that you can see from the highway and is absurd.
Did you guys touch on West Nassau at all?
No.
So West Nassau
20
gets
to
to
10,
win
right?
20 to 10 over Fernandina Beach. They are moving on to the championship game of the Sunshine State Athletic Association Atlantic bracket, where they will play against Delray Beach American Heritage for the title next Friday night at the Villages.
All right.
That's where they're hosting those championship games. The Villages.
Isn't that like near Gainesville?
It's out there. Out that way.
Yeah, Gunnar Cox and West Nassau. That's
So good luck to the Warriors. That'll be a tough task. American Heritage is a good team. Both American Heritages. You think of the other one.
Yeah, that's not the Tyson Campbell one.
You think of the other one when you hear American Heritage, but both of them are good. There's one in Delray and then there's one in Plantation. Plantation's the big one, but the Delray one's good. So shout out to West Nassau as they go on that journey next week. Hopefully bring home a state title. Why not? Let's do it. And then 10 Florida teams will be home, including we'll have a few local v local matchups.
Yeah.
We mentioned the two big ones. You got Impact Christian at coming up at UC.
Mm-hmm.
So at University Christian, we'll have an eye on that one, certainly. Bradford will be home. Bowles will be home. Trinity will be home. Lots of home games. Rains will be home.
God, I'd hate to be the guy who has to decide where everyone's going next week. Build that schedule.
I'll do another. I'll get another map, a little map. I use my highlighter on my map. We'll draw it up, and then we'll see if anyone else gets as lucky as I did with Bishop Kenny with the timing.
Yeah,
like I did tonight. that was clutch. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen quite that often.
Stars aligned there.
The stars very much aligned. And as I was walking out of the building, I was telling Coach Krause, I'm like, "Thank you."
You know, I was
appreciate that, Coach.
I was speaking on a panel with Dan Hicken earlier this week. He said he enjoys shooting highlights. Might as well send him out there, cover some ground.
He has shot some highlights in the past for us. Yeah, back in the day, we did a little ditty called Dan's Dash, where we had like a whole graphic of him in a car, to get to his highlights. It's actually funny. We actually stole it from Dave DeCandis, who was here before Dan arrived, and so it was Dave's Dash at first. And then I think it got sponsored, and then they changed it to Dan's Dash. And so it was Dan's Dash, and that's how we got to his highlights. It was usually something close, usually Providence. He'll shoot a lot of Providence. Of course, his boy went there. So, yeah. I don't think we're getting him to shooting games next week, but we'll cover as many of these as we can. We'll do our best. Forget the rest.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we do here on a Friday night with the Blitz. Yeah. You guys breaking it down on Monday night? The old Blitz breakdown?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Working on getting Colin Drafts in studio Monday night.
Okay.
Coming off that big win.
By the way, if anyone's watching, his interview with Marcel Robinson came in a little late, so we're going to have that on Action Sports Checks Primetime Saturday.
Nice.
So we'll have that tomorrow night for the people.
That'll be a good one.
There we go.
Yeah.
I tell you what, we'll go say hi to the coaches after the games. Coach Draft sees us, gives us each high fives. My hand, it took about, because it's 55 degrees, it took about 10 minutes for my hand to stop feeling that. He was fired up, comes over, bang.
Are you saying it was cold today?
Yeah.
Really?
It was like,
and he also he was hyping,
No, like it wasn't.
Were you guys inside or outside?
We were outside.
Okay.
But like it wasn't like there was no wind, so it was pleasant.
It really wasn't.
It's actually pretty pleasant.
Okay.
It wasn't windy at all.
Just not for high fives, I guess.
No, especially when it's a full bang, But they're fired up,
All right. Brent said go home. It's time.
All right.
It is after
12.
Hopefully the people enjoy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I'll sign it off. It was good talking to you guys here on this Friday night. We'll have a good one. We'll see you Monday on the Blitz Breakdown.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. The thrill of winning never gets old. But at Farah, it's not just about us. It's the thrill of fighting for our clients.
That's what drives us.
We've seen big insurance underpay car crash claims or flat out deny them.
It's sad to say, but it's true.
That's why we're so relentless, to get our clients every dollar they deserve.
It doesn't get more fairer than that.